a packed agenda, so let's get stuck into it. In consultation with the Vice Chair and with the heroic work of the Secretariat, stretching into the night, adjustments have been made to the agenda. We're beginning today with the annual operating plan and budget for 2026, to be followed by capacity building programs and collaborative research development demonstration activities. And then we will return to the CTCN chapter of the joint annual report before some final but equally important items bring us to our conclusion. We begin, therefore, with the task. We have the very important task of endorsing the CTCN annual operating plan and budget for 2026. Having initiated the discussion yesterday, a very good exchange of views. Our goal, of course, is to finalise and endorse the document, which is one of the vital duties of the advisory board. And of course, we're talking here about document 18, meeting document 18. Of course, there will be subsequent work that has been done, and I do pass to the Secretariat to explain how this additional work has taken into account the exchanges yesterday. So, Ariesta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, board members, observers, and also colleagues following on webcast. As requested, as per the discussions by board members yesterday, and the Secretariat was requested to provide a revised AOP 2026 budget reflecting the elements that were mentioned during the discussion. So my presentation this morning will focus on that, and I'll just next slide, please. Thank you. Right, just as an overview, what you see in the screen is the revised AOP 2026 budget, which is somewhere lies between the discussions called the BAU and the enhanced scenario budget. The board also asked the Secretariat to present the 2025 AOP as a comparisons and also highlight the difference with the 2025 AOP. So as the result of this exercise, and I will go through them in a moment, the revised AOP 2026 budget, so we no longer have baseline BAU as well as enhanced, but only one revised AOP 2026 budget. The reductions from the enhanced scenario that we proposed yesterday to 60 in the amount of the 16%. So, and the next slide, please. I will go through now line by line in terms of the items in the budget table, what we have reduced. One is under the category technical assistance, so that is number one in the budget table. This item was reduced from the enhanced scenario by $3,156,000 by removing the mitigation programmatic approach, that is the technical assistance that associated with the cement decarbonizations and the SF6 phase out. We also remove the hardware technology focused matchmaking, which is part of the post-TA implementation line, as well as the additional resources that commensurate or required for the post-TA implementation. Under category 2, which is outreach, networking, and stakeholder engagement, there was a net increase. So we reduced a number of items, but also at the end, it's resulted on the net increase by $175,000 through the changes in the reductions of the travel to outreach events. That means the CTCN will not be able to actually go to events to promote its work, but also we make slight revisions because previously the budget for the Climate Youth Program was included under the capacity building. We now move it under 2.4 actually, where the budget for the youth, gender, and other stakeholders was actually included. And we also reduced the budget for the Climate Youth Program by $50,000. Next slide, please. In the category 3, which is knowledge management, peer learning, and capacity building, we reduced the budget by $285,000 through the changes, which is through the reductions of the capacity building workshop budget for every NDE forum. And last, under CTCN operational costs, the reduction of $720,000 that earlier on was projected to support the activities under post-TA implementation and increase the technical assistance budget. Now we reduce that also because we no longer have enhanced scenario. So this is all the exercise that we did last night, and we will be happy to provide you with further informations. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Director. So with this information, it is open to members to respond and to reflect on how we might conclude our endorsement of the AOPN budget. So I see Chile, please.
Thank you very much for all the hard work of the Secretariat, staying late at night to prepare this new. But you're doing a really good job. So therefore, the first thing I wanted to say is absolute trust in the responsibility, effort, and to make this a viable budget. So I only have, regarding specifically to the budget, only 2 comments. Or perhaps one, that if there is the chance that the programmatic approaches could be added with a comment of potential addition pending outcomes of resource mobilization or something like that. So they get captured, but it's clear that those are not part of the approved budget, but if resources are, because I understand this is related to the resource mobilization efforts, so if those efforts are successful, this could be included or be part. So it's very clear it's not part of the expected budget, but could be pending resource mobilization efforts. So we don't lose that, because my understanding is there was some conversation with potential donors or partners related to that. On the other comment that also about the Secretariat, but I think it's important to recognize the excellent work that Ramiro, the CTCN colleague in Latin America and the Caribbean, is doing. He's managing a very high number of countries, and just wanted to recognize the very long relationship, and we trust his work in the region. He has been the face of the CTCN now for many years. The last elements that are not really about the amount of the budget, but we feel it's important that get captured on as part of the report and as part of the consensus is that, well, we're not engaging in a substantial discussion on this budget regarding the logistical support, that this will be covered, including the limits on the program of work of the CTCN in 2027, taking into account the independent review and the periodic assessment, that we agree to set the limit on the TAs to $300,000, and that the AV and CTCN will analyze the implications of increasing the limit and how those potential barriers could be addressed in the future. But that we, in principle, at least agree that setting the limit, at least based on accumulated inflation, is a some basis. So we agree on a principle, but we say, okay, we're going to go, despite agreeing on the principle, we're going to set up the limit to the maximum that we can, that we know we don't affect operations, and we're going to study the implications of going above that. And that, I think that pretty much will be the comments. Thank you so much for this excellent presentation and the efforts made.
Thank you, Chile. Can I just ask for one clarification regarding the TA limit? Because you mentioned 2027 and also this year. Are you suggesting that we agree in this document to set the TA limit at $300,000 for 2026, or are you suggesting that we consider this for 2027? I apologize if I didn't quite get your meaning.
That we consider the limit starting next year. That makes sense. But also efforts start to be made regarding knowing the implications of going above that and how this could be resolved in the future. Because my understanding of the discussion yesterday is this might be, well, it's a bit procedural or a bit related to processes, might be a barrier that needs to be think through. But in general, agreeing with the principle that we keep the capacity of provide the same level of service of the CTCN.
Thank you. So next is the European Commission, please.
Thank you, Chair, and many thanks to the Secretariat for developing another budget scenario from us and for us, and also many thanks to parties for engaging constructively in these discussions, knowing that this is really probably one of the more difficult points for us to agree on the agenda, but also in many ways the most important. So yesterday we were looking at these different scenarios that we had with a kind of the BAU scenario, which represented a 6% budget increase. We also had the enhanced scenario of essentially a 50% increase. We also heard what Rima was presenting on what implications this would have for the fundraising for the Secretariat, and several parties mentioned also the challenges that we face in terms of trying to mobilize funds for the CTCN, maybe not just for 2026, but also looking towards 2027. From our side, we also highlighted that we were really willing to listen to what parties had to say and to see if there were ideas from the enhanced scenario that you wanted to take and that we could bring into a joint budget scenario. For an example, we heard the importance of the NDE forums that was really highlighted as a priority for many developing country NDEs, but also in terms of logistical support to NDEs. So based on that, we did a bit of thinking and would like to propose another revised scenario that would bring up the budget increase to 7.6%, which I think is already quite ambitious, and that we keep this in mind, that this is essentially in line with the 10% biennium budget increase of the UNFCCC Secretariat. And so if it's okay with parties, I'm happy to read out this proposal and also the reasoning for this, if that's okay. So starting with the part on the technical assistance in response to country requests. So for the request coordination, refinement and support 1.1, I sent it to Julia. Do you want to bring it on the screen, perhaps? Perhaps we can do that. And I'll continue to walk through and explain my thinking while I do that. So that on 1.1, we propose 500,000. So this is an increase from 2025. So we have 350,000. So we would go from 350 to 500,000. Then on doing TAs, so 1.2, this would be 5.5 million. So this is essentially what Julia was presenting in the proposal yesterday evening. And then 1.3 on the post-TA implementation, we would also suggest to keep 155,000. So that's also exactly the same that Julia was presenting yesterday. Yeah, it will come on the screen shortly. So then on the second part on outreach, networking and stakeholder, yeah, there you go. You can see on the far right, the yellow, maybe you can still keep the little yellow part. Perfect. That's the proposal that we have. So if you compare that with all the gray 2025 budget, you can really see that it represents an increase in all of these categories. If I continue with section 2 on outreach, networking and stakeholder engagement. So for outreach and communication, we would stay with the same budget as we had for 2025. Then on NDE engagement, knowing that this is a priority for many developing country parties, we propose essentially a 10% increase. So we would go from 600,000 to 650,000. So for NDE regional forums and other events highlighted as a priority, we would increase this to 500,000, and we're keeping the earmarking for logistical supports to NDE. We're keeping that 150,000 because we still want to see how this mechanism works out, and by having more parties and more NDEs being able to access these. And then on the CTCN network member engagement, that this would increase to 220,000. So very similar to what Julia was sending last night. And then on 2.4 on other stakeholder engagement, this would be 230,000. So in line with the original BAU scenario we saw yesterday. Then if we scroll down a little bit to the knowledge management, peer learning and capacity building, so we would allocate 100,000 to this. Again, very similar to what Julia's proposal was sent yesterday. And then on capacity building activities and materials, this would be 700,000. And monitoring and evaluation, we would keep the same 110,000 as was proposed by Secretariat. And then we're going to the CTCN operational costs, would be 2.2 million. So again, the same as the Secretariat suggested yesterday. And then on advisory board meetings, 335,000. And this rounds on a beautiful round number of 11 million, which is an increase of the CTCN's budget of 7.6%. So we'd be very happy to hear from the Secretariat what would be the implications. Would it be feasible with such an increase of 7.6%? And also happy to hear from any other parties in the room if there are any changes that you would like to make on moving around something like that. But for me, this also feels very realistic, and it reduces the risk that we're going to stand there with a big funding gap in 2027. Thank you. Happy to hear your thoughts.
Thank you very much, European Commission. Just so that we're all clear, can I ask you a clarification as well? Is this a proposal from the European Commission, or is it an Annex 1 member proposal?
From my side, but happy if anyone else wants to support.
Thank you very much. So we next have an online intervention from the Yango constituency, please.
Thank you, Chairs, and thank you to the Secretariat. I just wanted to ask how the reduction of the 50,000 would impact the Youth Climate Innovation Programme. And also to ask, because yesterday it was mentioned that focus on youth and gender is good for accessing some funds. So my question would be, will there be attempts to still get those 50,000 in best case through some other funds, or is that not on the table anymore? And also what I just noticed, because the Youth Climate Innovation Programme was moved around from 3.1 to 2.4, the budget for 2.4 is in 2025 was also larger than it is now proposed. So I'm wondering, of the overall decrease of funds to stakeholder engagement compared to 2025, if that is, if the 2025 budget is already without the youth climate innovation, so if that's something that comes onto it with a decreased budget. I hope I made myself clear. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Next is the Republic of Korea, please.
Thank you, Chair. A perspective of utilizing the budget. Once more, I would like to point out the concerns of PALO. The operation of PALO and the activities that are taken by the PALO are not efficient. I strongly suggest that the major changes with the ways of operation of PALO, because the PALO is not functioning and operating as it was agreed initially. So CTCN needs to solve these issues on the Palos operation, or not conducting the activities as it is started in the agreement. To conclude my intervention, innovating the operation in structure of the Palo needs to be undertaken urgently. Thank you.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. At this stage, we are trying to finalize the document of for endorsement, so we would appreciate that any interventions are also coming with textual proposals that parties can consider, that members can consider. Next is Sweden, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief and just saying that I support the budget proposal from the European Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Chile, please.
Thank you very much for the floor. Yes, to request first because the Secretary already made an effort of probably what they presented, what they thought was feasible. So now we would like to understand what will be the consequences of this proposal on what the CTCN, compared to the CTCN proposal. So, for example, we have this request coordination refinement. There was a proposal reduce. What could be the implication to the Secretariat work? Yes, in a way, it's the feasibility, but also to understand the implications of the proposal by the colleague from the EU. Probably we will need to have some time after this round of interventions made to coordinate as non-Annex 1 countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Japan, please.
I also support the budget plan proposed by European Union.
Thank you. And Canada, please.
Yes, thank you. I would also like to express support for the budget proposed by the European Commission, very much in keeping with the UNFCCC budget update as well. I do have a question, though, if the Secretariat could let us know what the European Commission's proposal would mean for the 2027. Sorry, I'm not finding my word, but for any shortfall for 2027. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ukraine, please.
I suggest to support the European Commission proposal as more realistic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there have been a number of requests for the Secretariat to respond. So Ariesta and your colleagues. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. My apologies. We'll hear first from Jacek, Poland, please.
Good morning, colleagues. I would like to support European Commission proposal also. Thank you.
Thank you. So the Secretariat, please.
Thank you very much for this proposal. We trying our best to actually provide you with some initial reactions. We need to come back and crunching the numbers, of course. But basically, my interventions will be. I'm sorry, I have to go back one step before. When we did the scenario last night, we really pay attention to the commitments that we already got, that we already had under programmatic approach, like AFCIA, EC, and ICS. That's the three that we have currently, because this is programmatic approach, and therefore the budget. Or the activities that needs to be implemented is spread across the different areas. So not only on technical assistance, but also on the communications, on the engagement, on the capacity building, if the program is actually contains capacity building or knowledge product, if the program has to produce knowledge product. So we have done a careful look last night where these things cannot be touch, basically, because of our commitment to donor. So that's the reason why thank you, European Commission, for the proposal, but I think we need to come back of things that we cannot actually not accept because of it's just simply our obligations to our partners. And this is also the reputations for the CTCN. So on the TA is actually one of the good example because we have committed to AFCIA program a number of the technical assistance that needs to be there. We'll look into further how particularly AFCIA is impacted on that. On the outreach and communications, the 300,000 would allow only activities under AFCIA, which means there is no other activities of outreach and communication for the secretariat, for the citizen secretariat broadly. Under NDE engagement, under NDE regional forums on events, the additional, we didn't touch that actually last night because that was the budget that we put for the Eastern European NDE event for the next year, as well as on SITS NDE event. And now with the increase only 50,000 as from previous budget from 2025, that means there is only 50,000 for undertaking those two events, which means that it's basically almost impossible. What else? Yes, under 2.4, we lump together the activity on gender, which is our collaboration with the women and gender constituencies on running the award, but also a lot of work to implement the gender work plan. And this is something that the Secretariat has been mandated to do from the beginning. In that line, there's also the program on the youth climate innovations that members have already seen different results and outcomes coming in that. And of course, the collaboration with the LCIPP, which we about to initiate. But the number that we proposed last night is actually reflecting these activities within this line, including the gender and youth. So the severe or a very deep cut in that will actually will affect the activities of both gender and youth. I think for now, that's my initial comments. I would hand over to my colleagues, Rima or Nima, to perhaps if I miss something.
Good morning, everybody. Christopher, this is mainly in response to what you proposed. Just wanted to bring to the board's attention that, yes, we are proposing an increase of 16% overall vis-a-vis the 2025 approved budget. But I wanted to bring to your attention also that of the new proposed budget, 29% is for AFCIA coordination services, AFCIA 2 program, and ICS programs. So as an example, for if we go to the first service area 1.1, which is for TA coordinations, it will be difficult to reduce from what we are proposing because that's our actual need, because we need to maintain the current level of experts. And we have a commitment to recruit experts as per the AFCIA agreements that we have. This is same for the technical assistance, the implementations. Out of the total that we are proposing, 3 million are for AFCIA 2. For the TA implementation, and mitigation and cross-sectoral, it comes to 2.5 million. So that's the balance. So if we are cutting, definitely it will be difficult, I think, to cut the AFCIA because that is a direct commitment. So then the other portfolio then gets the hit, yeah. And the same principle is for other, like we have communication commitments and also for stakeholder engagement, etc. So it will be a little bit difficult, especially in those areas, to reduce further. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Secretariat for those very helpful clarifications and also the very clear message that this proposal, which was received minutes ago, of course, needs further analysis from the side of the Secretariat, and it's quite understandable that a full response is not actually possible at this point in time. We have Yango online, please.
Thank you, and thank you to the Secretariat for the reply. I had one more question that you kind of missed, so I just wanted to ask again. So because there is no enhanced plan now, I was just wondering, because you did say that there are some cuts being made to women and youth engagement, I was wondering whether it will still be aspired to try to access different funds. Yesterday, you, as I've said, mentioned that projects with focus on youth and gender are sometimes good for some philanthropists and stuff like that. So will you still try to access some additional funds in this regards, or is this off the table? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there's a clear question there to the Secretariat about whether other funds or other fundraising would occur in the event of a reduction in the Youth Climate Innovation Program. And there was also a question from Canada in respect of the 2027 consequences. So let's turn back to the Secretariat for these two questions, please.
Yes, thank you. The questions from Yungo. We will do the fundraising, but there is again, like as we discussed also yesterday, the global funding landscape where everybody goes to the same basically potential donors. It's going to be a tough calling also for both to fundraise for these activities that we currently budgeted or end up less. My colleague Rima will make a comment.
Thank you, Arista. Just to respond to Canada's ask, we intend to show the budget or the funding deficit implication of the scenario on the funding outlook in 2027 once board members agree on a scenario, either the revised one or the EU one or a combination of both. But our intention is to share with you the implication on the funding gap in 2027 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Chile, please.
Yes, thank you so much. The response is very much well appreciated. It's clear that it has some consequences. On the implication for the 2027 is actually to be easy because we now know over compared to the baseline, we had the number that will be pretty much no gap. So if you have somewhat around 10 and 10, you have almost zero gap. Now, if we're putting 12, immediately you're going to have 2 million. If you repeat 12, probably it's going to be between 2 and 4 million. So a bit to answer the question by the colleague of Canada, that seems to be the potential impact on funding. I guess that is there is a question. When you calculate the budget, that mixes the money that's already been given to the CTCN or the trust fund plus the commitments, right? So that would mean you will need either new partners or new commitments for 2027.
Yeah, so just to clarify, are you suggesting that, as perhaps you mentioned earlier, elements are included pending new fundraising outcomes? So they wouldn't be in the budget as such, but they would be in the AOP, in using the words perhaps you used earlier.
Yes, that was the previous intervention. My question now was a bit different. It was because we know that commitments could be around $2 million, right? So if that actually goes through, that will solve around $2 million of the potential funding gap. So the question would be, first to clarify, based on this budget, if we extend that 2026, 2027, it should leave around a $4 million funding gap. Then the question was a bit related to that. Who will need to put those $4 million? This should be completely new programs or completely new commitments. We understand that if the SF6 and the concrete is successful, then that will solve around a little bit over half that, or around half that gap. So that means you have potential partners for half that gap, and then you will need new partners for the other 2 million. Just so to a bit get an understanding of, in line with the question by our colleague Orly, what will then CDCN need on 2027? Because that will be a gap for 2027.
Thank you. Understood. And the Secretariat and UNEP are working on this question of a 2027 funding gap, and we hope to be able to respond in that regard. Seeing no further requests at the moment, please give us one moment to confer. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. So this has been a very good, robust exchange of views. We are going to invite you to talk amongst yourselves, but before that, the Director would like to add some further context.
Thank you, Chair. One thing perhaps for your considerations while we crunch the number and in making the decision to endorse the budget and the final number is that all of activities, for example, under the category 2, with the exception of AFCIA and EC projects that have element of the outreach, we need to fundraise, which means this is all coming from unearmarked. Part of the technical assistance, as Nima has already mentioned, comes from AFCIA, but the rest we have to fundraise. NDE forums, for example, we have to fundraise. Those are all unearmarked, unless we find a partner who is willing. Well, that's what it means, fundraise, is that we have to find a partner. So if there is no partner who's willing to pay for SIDS forum, NDE, EE NDE forum, then we cannot organize that. Or you give us guidance, which NDE forum that should not be organized. So that is one thing, that we do have only a certain funding that are available and touch upon a certain lines of budget. The youth, the gender activities, capacity building, they are all fundraised. We do have the budget of PALO. Maybe this is the time to actually also respond to the representative from South Korea. Currently for the 2026, we have the, or part of this is actually using the PALO budget is around 1 million. And for 2027, as also mentioned in my presentations yesterday, is that we do need to fundraise more because based on the balance that we have for the unearmarked funds, that means we're going to deplete them if we don't have earmarked funding raised. The Secretariat, as you will see also in the later presentation, have done and approached many partners, traditional, non-traditional also, but things take time. I just want the board to alert that. And perhaps last but not least, whatever scenario that the board end up adopting, that you also provide some general guidance of how flexible the Secretariat can change between the lines, like in terms of, okay, if you don't find enough for the technical assistance or more, then what's from other budget proportion that we actually could use. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. So with that, colleagues, to summarize the situation, following our discussions yesterday, the Secretariat produced a new budget scenario, which was shared yesterday evening. There was some immediate reaction to that, including from Chile. There was then a different budget scenario, which was shared by the European Commission a bit more than 30 minutes ago, and there have now been reflections on that from other colleagues, but also reflections on the consequences of such a scenario from the Secretariat. As the Director said, that the necessity we have is to endorse an annual operating plan and budget today, and to do this before we lose quorum, because colleagues or some colleagues will be leaving this afternoon. So it is absolutely essential that the members of the Advisory Board reach an outcome on this, to endorse it, to enable the work of the CTCN to continue in 2026. So we are going to invite Advisory Board members to speak amongst yourselves off the microphone to see what the landing ground would be. The Secretariat and UNEP will continue to analyse the ramifications of this new proposal. And I would just like to turn to the Vice Chair to ask if you have anything to add.
Thank you, Chair. And my great gratitude to the Secretariat for the hard work they've done on revising these figures overnight, and also I thank the European Commission for their contribution. As the Chair said, it's our obligation to finalise and endorse this at this meeting sooner rather than later, because we may lose quorum. I would just like to encourage all of our colleagues to stay ambitious. We are at a very critical moment in climate change. Things are getting very, very serious with the impacts, and we work at the intersection of climate and technology, two forces that are reshaping our entire world. We must remain ambitious. We must build upon what we have. And I don't think this is the time to be, I've heard from colleagues that, it's a change funding environment. There's different responsibilities and obligations coming with withdrawal of major donors, but this is not the time to shy away and start making cuts. We are really at a very critical moment, and I want to encourage you to stay ambitious and to meet the obligations that we have to the COP to triple our commitment to renewable energy. So with that said, I would encourage parties to meet amongst themselves and really keep these thoughts in mind, because we must stay ambitious.
So thank you, Vice Chair. On the theory that coordination would be helpful or easier once coffee is served, we're not proposing to break immediately, but in about 20 minutes. So we are going to take this next 20-minute slot to hear the presentation on the Youth Climate Innovation Programme, and then coffee will be available and colleagues can speak to each other over coffee. So let's turn then to 19.1 on the YCI programme. So at the last Advisory Board meeting, the Board took note of the update on the implementation of the second edition of YCI, presented by a team from the YCI incubator, and today we will receive an update on particular focus on progress under the accelerator component. We'll also be hearing as part of this presentation from one of the winners who will present the winning project. So with that, let me turn over to Anastasia, who will continue the discussion.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I will be presenting on behalf of my colleague Valentin Rundlov, who couldn't be here today because of our mission. A lot has happened in the program for all the teams since the last Advisory Board meeting. And on the first slide, if we go back, you can see Sid Hideth from Team Shari out in the fields doing the survey with farmers in Laos on renewable energy. We can go to the next slide. Let me make a quick overview on the program. The program constitutes of Idea Lab, which took place in November-December 2024, last year, when we had incubator ran between April to July, something you had an overview about during the last Advisory Board meeting. And we started recently Accelerator, which is ongoing between now and between September and October 2025. We had, next slide, please. We had 32 teams participating in the incubator. And let's take a quick look on this slide at the distribution of across system transformation areas. The majority of teams working on technologies in water, energy, food nexus, as you can see, which speaks also of the need for solutions in this area, solutions focused on organic fertilizers, water filtering technologies, financing mechanism for sustainable farming, and alternative credit ratings. We also, on the slide, can see that business and industry and buildings and infrastructure are relevant across amongst the team in different regions, and solutions included sustainable materials or early warning system and circular economy business models. The least represented area was energy systems and sustainable mobility, as you can see in the slide. Please. Let's take a look at some statistics on participating teams. We had 88 participants, 54% male, 46% females. And the participant came across from 39 different countries. 68% indicated they're part of grassroots organizations, and 17 are members of underrepresented marginalized group or indigenous group in their area. Next slide, please. Yes. Out of 32 teams that participated in the incubator, 53% they newly formed for the program that have, and 47% that already existed before the program. Also on the right side, you can see the overview of on system transformation areas that shows the big focus on water, energy, food nexus, business and industry, and buildings and infrastructure. Once again, next slide, please. There are some institutions that we engage throughout the program implementation, and they have participated during the networking events, or they did the final demo day, or as speakers during several webinars and events that we had online. Institutions included, as you can see, there are many local institutions included, investors from Acumen, Araf, 500 Global, our entrepreneurship support organizations like BVC, ONIRS, Catalyst, Latimpacto, and some our technical partners, Gold Standard, Roland Berger, University of Cambridge, and of course UN organizations such as UNEP and UNO. Okay. On this slide, you can see some success stories. Allow us to share that, for instance, Green Flames that you see on the slide is a team from MENA cohort, and they finalized their first commercial prototype of green welding technology, securing 5 industrial contacts and grew to 25 recurring customers. Next one in Africa, they had the 5 newly formed teams that all registered during the incubator part of the program. And Kirosonics, a team from Asia Pacific cohort who received the patent for ultrasonic water purification system and method, raised more than 30,000 USD in grant funding and onboarded the first 100 paying customers. Next slide, please. Yeah. And here you see the winning teams that will now be in accelerator part of the program. And the first one, Solar Eye, is the MENA region winner. The green bolt is Sub-Saharan African winner. Cherie is the winner from Asia Pacific. And we have Cacao Circular, who is our luck winner. And we will hear the presentation shortly. Next slide, please. About Accelerator, the Accelerator will run from September to October 2025 with an in-person event in November 2025. The details to be confirmed later. The components of the Accelerator are grant prize of 5,000 USD per team. Then we have engagement of a suitable entrepreneur in residence or strategic advisor for each team. Then we have invitation to in-person event pitch, and networking event. And then we have continued peer-to-peer learning between the teams on the priority topics. Next slide, please. And this is also just to outline very initial plans for the next cohort of Youth Climate Innovation Program. Is planned to run from November 2026 to December 2027, and there are several improvements anticipated in the program and are under discussion at the moment. For instance, further regionalization to embed the program and participants with more within the regional innovation ecosystem, involving relevant stakeholders in the region. Focus on one system transformation area per region, which will help to provide more targeted support to participants with strong thematic partners. More in-person activities, because as you remember, this cohort was mostly focused on online activities, and it would be nice to boost in-person activities, which would also help have more peer-to-peer learning, networking engagements between the teams. And the last one is improved financial benefits to ensure a basis for long-term growth of the teams by providing catalytic grants in coordination with strategic financial partners. In here, we can highlight that there are several discussions currently ongoing with the PepsiCo Foundation, for instance, for MENA region, CMK Foundation for Sub-Saharan Africa region, and we seek more potential partners, of course, with the thematic and regional focus for the next cohort. That concludes my presentation, and I will pass the floor to Angelica Reiban, who is the co-founder of Cacao Circular, to represent their project shortly. Angelica, the floor is yours. Yes, you do. Let me find her. Okay. Angelica, can you hear us?
Yes, my microphone was not activated, but now I can hear you. I don't know if I can share the presentation or you have it.
You have it. We have the presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so first, good afternoon to all the members and the advisory board meeting of CTCN. It's an honor for me to be here today to present Cacao Circular. That it's a venture that emerged from the YCI program. And we are part of the Latin American edition. We are the winners of that edition. And thank you for, next slide, please. Thank you. So my name is Angelica Reiban. I'm from Ecuador. I'm a lawyer, political scientist, and master's candidate in innovation, human development, and sustainability at the University of Geneva. And my co-founder, Gustavo Castillo, is a biotechnologist. He's founder of BioLetter Lab. And also he's working right now in transformation of organic waste into natural leather. We met through the YCI program, and we were motivated to create impact in our region, in our countries. So that's why we identify a common problem. The next one. Thank you. In our countries like Peru and Ecuador, and many others around the globe, every kilogram of cacao processed into chocolate produces around 10 kilograms of solid waste. In other words, the total cocoa waste produces 12.4 million tons per year, according to the statistics in 2023, and is increasing each year for sure. The next, please. It means that nearly 80% of the cacao fruit ends up as residual biomass, mainly cacao bean shells, bean meal, and pulp husk, we are called byproducts. But these byproducts are not only unexploited, even they have a huge potential, but in most cases are discarded, becoming unmanaged waste. The next one, please. Here in this picture, you can see that this is one picture that one of the communities that we are working with in Peru sent it to us. And here you can see some evidence of the waste that is just left there without any treatment, any management, any protocol, and no either from the purchasing companies that own the land or from the local authorities. The next one. So this absence of proper waste management not only hinder the valorization, as I told before, but also create an environmental impact and a social impact. Environmental, because the waste contaminates the soil and water source and generate greenhouse gas emissions, and socially, because this problem reinforces previous vulnerabilities for marginalized communities. And also we identify that there is a group, women, that they here are face a triple vulnerability as women, as rural, and often as Afro-descendants. These vulnerabilities that reduce their access to education, to job opportunities, healthcare, and economic independence. The next one, please. So here, our solution as Cacao Circular, we propose a circular model for the valorization of cacao waste that both start and ends in communities. But what means valorization for us? In one hand, there are like one valorization that requires pre-treatments such as biotechnological or chemical, like those are required, for example, for create BioLetter. But here, as we already come with this technology that was developed for my co-founder, we have the capacity to achieve this. So we already conducted 2 pilots tested in Peru, and now we are improving the quality of the material for textile use in fashion industry. But on the other hand, as I mentioned before, there is potential in the cacao waste. So there are simpler pre-treatments that don't require complex technologies. These allow the production of food, beverage, liquor, compost, skincare products, livestock feed, enzyme extraction, paper, fiber, and many others. So our goal is that with training and support, women can lead sustainable community entrepreneurships through these byproducts. The next, please. So here you can see our circular model. I would love to go deep in this, but as we don't have enough time, this is a summary of the model that we already been working for all these months, and it starts in the community and finish in the community, because at the end we return the benefits to the community. The next one, please. Thank you so much. And here we have some pictures of the communities. We already identified 2 cooperatives in Peru. Here you can see one of the pictures of them. And then we are also working identifying some communities also in Ecuador. We are prioritizing the ones that have women. As you can see, there are the percentages of women, but those are the percentages not of women existing, but women that are officially members of the cooperatives. So with our project, we also are hope to this number increase. The next one, please. This is the BioLetter process. Also, I would love to go deep in this. It's more a technical issue. So here you can see a summary that is how we are working right now in the transformation of the cacao waste in BioLetter. The next one, please. So here are the emissions reduction. First, with 12 kilo of cacao waste, we can produce 1 meter square of BioLetter. It means that by using cacao waste, we reduce emissions by 80 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per square meter of BioLetter. It also reduces the water usage by the 90%, and this way we turn the waste into a real measurable environmental impact, combining the sustainability and also innovation. And also, just to translate it, 1 square meter offers CO2 equivalent of to 3 years per year. 3 trees per year, sorry. The next one. This is our project is aligned with these SDGs. Here for us is really important, the gender equality, but also we create sustainable local job opportunities, promote women-led community entrepreneurships, develop innovation and circular economy, and also we are also connected with other SDGs, but these 4 are the main ones. The next one, please. And also for me, it's really important to share with you our journey through the YCI program. We started in the IDEA Lab We started with Gustavo, with my co-founder. We aligned our goals and backgrounds. We found a project that we are truly passionate about it, and we see ourselves doing this in our professional lives. We drafted the first business model and defined the problem. And then in the next phase, we validated the product. We made the pilot 1 and 2. We explored and tested different business models. We have assessment related with the economic feasibility. And then we established first contacts with the first contact with the local communities. And now we are in the accelerator part, and we are going to work in create our company and engage potential investors and more. And the last one, please. So we are deeply grateful with our mentors, including Valentin from CTCN and also with SeedStars team for their guidance. This is only a beginning of a big journey towards a future where communities and women are the center of circular economy and climate resilience. Thank you for the space, and thank you for being here. That's all my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rayban, and also to the Secretariat. It's truly inspiring to hear about the work that the participants in the YCI program are doing, and I think we see in your presentation the social empowerment aspects as well as the very important climate aspects. As we are going to take a break before the next sub-item, I'd like to stop now and ask if there are any responses, both to the Secretariat and to the winner, or one of the winners of the program. And I see there's an intervention from the Yango constituency, so please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the Secretariat for the presentation. Thank you for to the winner for the presentation, and thank you to the Secretariat for the organization of this project. I always like to point out that young people are not just a vulnerable group, but also drivers of change, and I feel like this project really showcases that. So thank you to everyone involved. I also wanted to highlight that Yango was very happy to consult on the Secretariat during this process, and we obviously look forward to furthering and strengthening our engagement in the future. And I wish you all the best to the regional winner with this project.
Thank you very much. Next is Chile, please.
Thank you very much for the floor. Just wanted to appreciate the presentation and the project. It's very interesting because the CTCN and the TEC are engaged with the UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center and making this technology progress report that this year is going to be about bioeconomy. So when show the project and say BioLether, that's one of the things that we actually is not clearly mapped out into the type of biomaterials that we are considering. So this was also very enlightening, which all the success and congratulations on this. Very good to see these very good projects presentations and to learn new things out of this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And next is the Vice Chair, please.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to Ms. Rayban and her colleague for the presentation. I have I guess a technical question. I was really interested to see how you focus on engaging with sections of the community, such as women and Afro-descendant women and individual cacao growers. I was wondering, do you need to obviously invest in equipment to produce the bioleather and the other outputs? How do you go about consolidating the individual cocoa growers into, I guess, communities or cooperatives? And what's the smallest cooperative that you could use to produce these outputs?
Thank you. Next is Canada, please.
Thank you. I don't have a question. I just wanted to appreciate the presentation and say thank you very much for illustrating to us what CTCN efforts in supporting youth and climate innovation are resulting in. So very, very interesting project that you're working on, and I wish you the best of luck. And I do really think it is helpful for us to hear about this, particularly as we consider the budget going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And Burkina Faso, please.
Thank you so much, Chair, for the floor. I would like to appreciate what the CTCN is doing for youth, because they are the future of our world. And doing this kind of project is very good for them, and also to protect the environment. I also appreciate very well the presentation of the lady. Very happy to see that it is a lady, and it is also for involve women. This is very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So a lot of positive comments, but there was one question. So maybe if we go back to Ms. Rebhan, if you have a response to the question, please.
Yes, so thank you for all your insights, for your comments. To be honest, I'm very proud to be here. I'm very happy. And also I want to say thank you for all of you and for all the work that you are doing and for giving young voices to be here. And answering the question, first, I would like to explain how we're gonna connect with the communities. At the beginning, the communities, they are facing the problem directly. Now, as we can see in the picture, they are watching every day the waste there in their lands, in their close to them. So that's how we want to involve them. First, we are going to include them in the value chain, in the collection and classification of the waste. This is the first step in our project, and for that we need some team for train the people, but also we want to make some approaches. We are developing a methodology to get involved with these communities, respecting their existing dynamics, existing roles, existing values that they already have in these cooperatives. And for the collection and classification of waste, we are also going to develop some containers that are going to make it more easy, and then at the end we're going to pay them for the waste for this work. So this is the first and the main step with the communities, and they are not the ones developing the technology. We already have a lab that are going to do that, and here we have a team of 30 people that already work for BioLetter Lab, that it's the company that is owned by my co-founder. And for sure, what we are expecting now is this team to grow, but also to develop a technology that can have more capacity to produce more. So I don't know if this answered the question, but yeah, we are right now working in the community engagement part. That's why we are going to create the company, and we're going to start connecting with the first seed fund that we're going to collect. We're going to try to work in the grassroots, that is the community, and then continue developing the business model and the project itself. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much for that further information, and thanks again to all the presenters, to Angelica online, and also Anastasia, also on behalf of Valentin, who's not with us, but of course has done so much work on this program. So we will now conclude this agenda item. So thanks again, Ms. Rebhan, for joining us, and have a lovely day. Colleagues, before we take a coffee break, the Secretariat and UNEP I'm advised, have some responses on the question of the 2027 funding outcome or the budget gap under the different scenarios. So let me turn to the Secretariat and UNEP to address that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we very quickly followed the same process that we presented to you earlier on the funding overview for 2026 and 2027. And here we are presenting two scenarios, one based on the revised budget that was presented earlier by the director, where the total revised budget is 11.8 million. For 2026, we're also assuming it's the same budget level for 2027. So as we indicated before, the projected fund balance at the end of 2025 is $21.5 million. Based on the revised scenario, the AOP budget for 2026 and 2027 would be $23.6 million, and that leaves the funding gap of $2.1 million. We can zoom in also on the status of unearmarked funds and how this budget scenario would impact the funding gap on the unearmarked portion. One more time, considering that the projected unearmarked fund balance at the end of 2025 is $10.13 million. We are factoring the CTCN operations budget for 2026 and 2027 at $5.1 million, less project activities in 2026. And we understand that this is a figure that might change depending on which activities will be prioritized, and that is $5.9 million. And the gap for project activities under the unearmarked portion would be 0.92. Again, I repeat that even on the earmarked contributions at this stage, we don't have clear, signals on new donor agreements for 2027 and beyond. And here, I would like to show the same analysis, but based on the EC proposed scenario, where the total budget is $11 million for 2026. So again, starting from the projected fund balance at the end of 2025, which is $21.5 million, less the AOP budget for 26 and 27, assuming that it continues to be at the same level, $22 million. That would leave us with a smaller funding gap of $0.45 million. And again, the impact on the unearmarked portion is 0.92. Again, we are aware that this figure might change depending on which activities will be prioritized and depending on the funding outlooks subject to the fundraising efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that information and the quick work, which is greatly appreciated. So we are now going to take colleagues a coffee break of 15 minutes. I encourage members to engage over the way forward on the AOP and budget, and we'll come back here at 10:45, please. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Let us continue our meeting. Apologies again for the longer than expected break, but I trust it was a very productive break amongst the members of the AB. During the break, we heard an interest from members in continuing the discussion on the annual operating plan and budget. And we're aware, of course, that members consulted each other during this interval. So I'd like to ask if there are any members who would like to report back from your offline discussions. European Commission, please.
Thank you, Chair. So we had some really fruitful discussions during the coffee break, and we have a first suggestion on perhaps a compromise budget proposal. I sent it to Julia, so perhaps you can bring it up on the screen. So it's this blue turquoise column that you can see. So our suggestion after discussing both Annex 1 and non-Annex 1 parties would be that for 1.1 on request coordination, refinement and support, we would allocate 600,000 to this. So just to reiterate that compared to the 2025 budget, this would be an increase from 350,000 up to 600,000. And then for 1.2 on the request implementation, we would increase this to 5.5 million. So this represents a 10% increase on the 2025 budget. Then on 1.3 on post-TA implementation. So this is something that has been a request also by developing country parties in previous meetings. So our suggestion would be to allocate 155,000 to this, which is in line with the Secretariat's proposal sent last night. Then on section 2 on outreach, networking and stakeholder engagement. So our proposal would be for the outreach and communication to allocate 300,000. This is in line with the budget for 2025, and our reasoning for that is looking at the financial reporting from the Secretariat on what was spent in 2025, the Secretariat only spent 269,000. And considering that we're not approving a new communication strategy or anything like that, we believe that 300,000 would be sufficient. But happy to have a clarification from the Secretariat on what that would entail, and if we have additional outreach activities needed for the AFSIA program, what would be feasible and realistic, and what would be the implications of those 300,000. Then on NDE engagement, we've allocated 700,000. So this is an increase from the 600,000 that we have in this year's budget to 700,000. And so this includes the 550,000 for the regional forum and other events. Here I would also like to have a clarification from the Secretariat that what would be the budget implications of the SIDS forum, which we believe would be more expensive compared to also the Eastern European forum, that it's fewer NDEs and it's a shorter travel distance. We also believe that that forum would be cheaper to organize. So would that increase of 100,000, would that still make it possible to implement the regional forums as foreseen? And then we propose to keep the 150,000 for the logistical support. Then on 2.3, which is network member engagement. So here our suggestion would be to allocate 100,000 to this. This is the same as in the 2025 budget. And our reasoning for that is that in 2025, the Secretariat has only spent 64% of the funding that was allocated to this budget line. And we are not approving a new network engagement strategy in the meeting today. That we provide input, but it's only next year that we will approve the new strategy. So we don't foresee the need for a threefold or fourfold increase in that budget line. And then on other stakeholder engagement, which includes gender, youth, etc., our suggestion would be to increase that to 585,000, which is in line with what the Secretariat proposed yesterday. Then moving on to section 3 on knowledge management, peer learning and capacity building. So on knowledge sharing activities, we propose, if you scroll down a little bit, yes, 95,000. So that's the same as the Secretariat proposed last night. Then on capacity building activities and materials, we propose allocating 400,000, and that's also because in 2025, the Secretariat has only spent 390,000 on this budget item, so it's in line with current spending. And then on monitoring and evaluation, we propose to keep that at 100,000. It's also because in 2025, the Secretariat has only spent 34,000, but we're aware that you're also doing some recruitment on monitoring and evaluation. And then on the last section, section 4 on operational costs, we agree with the Secretariat's recommendation of 2.2 million and 350,000 for the CTCN operational meeting. And all these things added together brings us a little bit above 11 million, which represents an 8.5% increase of the CTCN's budget. So happy to hear interventions from other parties and also clarification from the Secretariat on the outreach and communication and the NDE regional forums. What would be the implications of our proposal? Thank you.
Thank you, European Commission. So before turning to the Secretariat, I'd like to invite other views, and I see Chile, please.
Thank you very much for the floor. The proposal by the colleagues and the efforts made in making this proposal since yesterday and today, and the spirit of dialogue is very much well appreciated. Probably the same question framed in terms of the forums where we have a discussion. It looks like the WASA extrapolating based on cost per forum basis. So if you look, the original with 3 forums was around 400,000 something, divided by 3, multiplied by 5, you get the 700,000. But we realized that one of the forums, at least from the colleagues from the non-Annex 1 Eastern European, probably it should be cheaper compared to other forums because there are less country, and we imagine the cost structure of this depends a lot of the amount of delegates or amount of NDE that travel. So, but we wanted to confirm that would be enough to do all the forums. I think the first question, and the second, the same as he framed. You mentioned that AFSIA already has allocated pretty much the 300,000 for just AFSIA. So the question would be, okay, if that's the case, what would be the minimum that so the Secretariat can do a bit of outreach on the rest of the activities that are not AFSIA? And I guess from the developing country perspective, what we'll appreciate is to keep the original proposal on the TA. It's the core service that we value the most. That was with the 62,000. We know our colleagues love very much the round numbers, but we will appreciate that we will keep the additional 62,000 that were originally presented by the Secretariat. And of course, the overall assessment of the Secretariat with this proposal. I think also you asked about guidance on how to approve this budget. If you look the history of the budgets of the CTCN, I believe the past 2 years have been under expended, so there always a bit of margin at the end of the year. If you look before that, there always report overspending quite substantially. So yes, first we should be flexible in trusting the Secretariat will be the best on how allocate the resources while keeping the commitments that they have with the different donors and earmarks. Second, they make use all the creativity they can to do apply cost reducing measures where they can. So if something can be online, okay, let's do it online. We keep the essential. If having a talk with some colleagues, is sometimes 2 forums can be done at the same time in the same location, and then you save money on the location. As long as you keep the forums, that could be an option, and so on. So you can keep the creativity. Then, of course, accountability after in one more year when this is presented and executed. So deviations from this are explained, but in general, the flexibility to implement this. And I guess that could be the key elements of my comment.
Thank you, Chile. Just to clarify, when you ask if there is enough to do all the forums, are you referring to the 3 traditional regions plus SIDS and Eastern Europe?
Yes, I believe there was an agreement on doing that. So the question will be if the assessment, if that actually will be feasible with those numbers. Because we don't have the underlying structure. So we know that part of the cost structures is related to the tickets, part of it related to the DSA. We don't know if the locations come for free or actually has to be paid for. So we depend a lot on, because we don't know the underlying detail of what is being cost by that.
Thank you. So are there any other interventions, or shall we ask the Secretariat to respond? So let us turn to the Secretariat, please.
Thank you very much for, we've been very productive, like 3 proposals over less than 12 hours. Thank you very much for European Commissions for providing a new line of proposal. Let me quickly go. First is on the communications implications. You recall the figure 528,000 that proposed last night. Of the budget are the activities that are due to be implemented based on the ICS program, which is 200,000, and AFSIA around 13,000. Sorry, 13,000. I'm sorry. And therefore, to cut it into 300,000, this is really commitment, something that we have to do. So that's one on the communication is an outreach. On the NDE forum, it is true. Thank you very much, Ambrosio, for highlighting that the cost of the NDE forum fluctuating, and we do have a ballpark figure because it depends on the locations. But we already try to put together the capacity building activity and the NDE forum in the same location to save the cost. And again, depending on the negotiations with the hosts, whether they would be able to provide the venue for free or the services like the webcast and so on. But majority of the cost normally is from the travel and the DSA. And that's why we always budget for everything, just in case the host is or cannot provide, because sometimes the host is only says, okay, we help you with the visa arrangement, we help you with the MOU if it needs to happen, and so on and so forth. The NDE forum for Eastern European will be the first time we do, so we have no idea, honestly, how much it's going to cost. We will have yet to implement the NDE for SITS this year in Australia, and we budgeted that for 200,000. And therefore, that the additional 100,000, then we will have to figure out how we can do 2 additional forum with the 100,000 budget. The network member engagement, this is not only about the implementation of the strategy, but also some of the events that are taking place, and some of them are implemented, for example, by our colleagues in the CTCN Palo, engaging the network members in providing the learning, the site visit, and so on and so forth. And I think I need to concur with my colleagues on the knowledge sharing, because there seems to be oh yes, that is the same proposal. So that's actually okay. I don't know if this helps, but I hope that it provides further information. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ariesta. So with that further information, do colleagues have any additional interventions? Can we take it that with this further information, colleagues are content to endorse the budget in its most recent iteration as presented on the screen in the final column to the right? We will go to Chile, but I understand the director had one other thing to add to her comments.
And I would like also to thank Ambrosio for the interventions just now, that that this is actually the point that I made earlier, that about the flexibility and having the secretariat is move around the use of the budget, so it's not locked in any certain things. The only thing that we would like the board to consider is really the commitment that we already have to the partners. For example, the comms, for example, is majority is the EC-ICS program that's due for 2026 and AFCIA, and that we cannot get away from, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you. So Chile, followed by the European Commission.
Thanks. Thank you very much for the responses given. Just reiterate the request if we can go with the original proposal on the TA, that was 1.2. On the other things, the original proposal is the 5,562. So it was proposed by the Secretariat. With the other elements, as Chile, I think we could go with what the Secretariat is comfortable. I guess the intent of my question was precisely to let us know if they think that in those particular items they were needed to raise it a bit compared to the proposal made by the colleague of the European Union. If the Secretariat is fine, will be no issue on our side. We trust in your assessment that this will be enough to do what you're supposed to do. But our question were a bit if this will have an impact on things that you need to do. But we go with what the Secretary is comfortable with the other items.
Thank you, Chile. Please, can we ask you to clarify, you mentioned to the TA item 1.2. Can you tell us which 1.1, which line item are you referring to there?
Yes, the 1.2 line, the proposal that we saw was the 5,500,062,000, that one. So the request was if we could go with the original proposal by the Secretary. STA is probably the thing that is more dear to developing countries. And when the others, if the Secretariat is comfortable and assesses that is good enough for the work that we're requesting out of them and the part of request of the CTCN, we are good.
Thank you. So you're referring to the extra 62,000 in 1.2. Thank you very much. European Commission, please.
Thank you very much to the Secretariat for that additional information. As we're discussing this budget, I just want to make 2 points clear. First of all, that CTCN is of course a part of the UNFCCC Secretariat system, and that we have agreed for the whole UNFCCC Secretariat budget increase of 10% in the biennium over 2 years. And that here in the turquoise proposal that we have here, we're suggesting an increase of 8.5% in just 1 year. So this is already really a big step forward also from donors. And just to put this into perspective, so the EU budget between 2025 and 2026 is increasing 2.9%, and the Eurozone inflation is 2.7%. So my budget is then in practical terms increasing 0.2% as a donor. And here we're discussing an increase of 8.5%. So this, even just the proposal that we have on the screen, is already a really big step in terms of budget increase. Because my own budget at home is increasing 0.2%. Just for comparison, with a 10% increase of the UNFCCC Secretariat or an 8.5% increase of the CTCN, my budget is increasing 0.2%.
So thank you, colleagues. Unless we misunderstand, it seems that members are all but agreed, but there is a difference in $62,000 between different positions. Does anyone have any proposals as to how we might, within a contemplated budget of over $11 million, how we might bridge this $62,000 gap? We're open to your thoughts. Thanks, colleagues. As you consider this, the Director has another point of context, and then we'll hear from the Commission, please.
Yes, thank you. I also forgot to mention or to thank Ambrosio again for the other part of his intervention, that the Secretariat twice a year actually provide reports on how we manage our finance. And there is always opportunity for the board members to provide guidance once this budget is approved, and then the next year in April as well as in September to see how it goes and then make adjustment as necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. European Commission, please.
Thank you very much to the Secretariat also for that additional information, and also many thanks to Ambrosio for the amendment to the TA. I mean, from my side, happy to accept the addition of 62,000 on TA and budget line 1.2, because ultimately for us, TA is really at the heart of our priorities for the CTCN. So if we add that, it brings the budget to 11,147,000, which represents an increase of 9.1%. And from my side, I would be okay with that.
Thank you very much, European Commission, for your flexibility. And next, I believe, is Canada.
Thank you, Chair. We would also like to express that we are comfortable. We can move ahead and accept the extra 62,000, particularly as it is for TA. And thank you to all the colleagues for taking the time to discuss this with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Sweden, please.
Thank you, Chair. And just as Canada said, we can also, and the European Commission, we can accept the 62,000 increase for technical assistance.
Thank you very much. So if we then look at the turquoise budget, or the most rightward column, but we amend 1.2 so that it is 5,562,000 in line with what parties have just said. We'll wait for that amendment to be reflected, or is this? It's an email. Okay, so we can't edit it online, but it's a very simple change. So with that change, do I take it, Sweden, you asking for the floor? Thank you. Do I take it that the AB is ready to endorse the budget for 2026 with that amendment? Thank you very much, colleagues. So we have, after some very significant and productive discussions, endorsed the budget for 2026. Thank you very much for that. So given Chile, please, sir.
Thank you very much for this. I don't remember from my time as tech chair and co-chair that the budget was negotiated like this on. So it's seems like not unusual process to negotiate the budget line by line. This is we appreciate all the combined efforts of the Secretariat, the colleagues, the dialogue. One thing that was important that is captured as part of the consensus for us was the initial points about the sensory consensus. Sorry, I'm insisting too much, but it's very important for many developing countries that on 2027 we do the revision of the logistical support in terms of the limit, the deliveries, the modalities, etc. The second element that we also agreed to increase starting next year the limit, and on the principle that at least we should use at least the inflation rate for those limits, but also understanding that there are implications, and the Secretariat and the AD will look into these implications and how they can be addressed and going above that limit. Having said that, a bit of where we come from, because first very happy that we reached this consensus, but also important. I know from our counterpart sides, I understand the thing with the budgets is a complex situation, especially for donors, because everyone is looking a particular set of countries much more than they were used to, because one of the big donors now is not providing any funds to a lot of multilateral, not only multilateral institutions, to a lot of countries that actually they provide assistance through the different programs. So that we understand that. But also in our perspective is there is all this set of commitments and expectations based on the original provisions for the operation of the CTCN, the 10 million that will become 30 million that didn't happen, the resource mobilization strategy, even coming into this meeting when you have a scenario of 10 something and 15 something, and then you say, well, meeting in the middle, but meeting in the middle is around 13, and then we're not gonna meet in that middle, then we're gonna go with the 16, but then that 16 is becomes 8, and then it's at least 10%, but then that becomes a new middle that between 10 and 8, and you get 9. So you wanted to explain also what it looks for us when we agree to those things, when we see there is all these funding things, but we also look at the global assessment and we see that there are commitments, for example, to increase spending significantly. And we say, so that is where the money is actually going. So all of things, of course, affect impact in how we come to this place to talk about the budget and, of course, how we come to negotiations. Having said that, just to explain where we come from, and we really appreciate the efforts made by the colleagues. We understand that many, of course, are party representatives, but also they don't make the huge, big decisions on how there's the big split on at home, so they have to deal in a way with what we say, but also with their own politicians and bosses. And we like to really appreciate the efforts made and reaching out, and that's the spirit. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chile, and also, if I may, for the spirit in which you've approached this discussion, as you always do. Burkina Faso, please.
Thank you so much, Chair. The budget issues is all the time very difficult to discuss. Hopefully, we are about to adopt it. This is a good thing to do. I would like to thank all the parties for this discussion, EU and also the Annex 1 party for this effort, so that we can come on to find an agreement. I would like to also to ask if we can record, as we said, that for logistical support for the NDs, that it will be revised after 2027. Yeah, this is just something I would like to add. Thank you so much.
Thank you. European Commission, please.
Thank you, Chair, and also let me thank all the parties for the constructive discussions. I think we've together agreed on a very ambitious budget, perhaps in some ways also the most ambitious budget that the CTCN has had, also in terms of the amount that it will be allocated to technical assistance, but also that we've been able to also safeguard a lot of priorities that have been identified by non-Annex 1 countries in terms of NDE forums, that next year we will have more NDE forums than we've ever had before, and which I think will really strengthen the work of the CTCN. We're also safeguarding the logistical support to NDEs. We have also increased funding, for example, on gender and youth action that are really priorities also for us in the European Commission. But I think it's, before we're closing this agenda item, I think it's really important for everyone really to recognize what a big step this is, and also that it is a big step also for traditional donors. As I mentioned, my budget at home is increasing 0.2%. So this is really a big step, and from our side and the EU and its member states, we are the biggest donor to the CTCN. We want to continue to be so, but we also need to keep in mind the elephant in the room, or the elephant that is not in the room, that we have a big party that has left the Paris Agreement and is no longer contributing to the CTCN, and that is something that will continue to impact us also in the coming years. So again, we'll talk about resource mobilization later, but the work on other funding streams, other resource mobilization is really more important than ever if we're going to be able to implement this budget in 2026 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Canada, please.
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to follow up on what Christopher was saying and partially in response to what Ambrosio was commenting on. And thank you, Ambrosio, for expressing your understanding of the positions we must balance and so on. But one of the things that I'd like to mention also is part of the issue why we carefully consider each increase is also because we want to make sure that we are sending signals of approving budgets that we feel fairly confident we can that there will be enough resources for. So it's that balance of trying carefully not to approve something that we don't think will be funded and therefore would be very disappointing to publicly have a situation where we approve a budget that we're not even close to meeting. So that's just another consideration I wanted to point out. Also, just to follow up on the request to put on the record that we agree, instead of the word, we would request please not to use the word agree to revise the logistical support in 2027, but agree to evaluate and discuss logistical support in 2027. Thank you.
Thank you. We have an online intervention. I believe the Yango constituency, please.
Thank you very much. I will be brief. I just wanted to thank everyone who was on site and who spent their coffee break on revising this. I know that I also beforehand asked some questions, and thank you to everyone for trying to accommodate, even despite the low funding, still trying to accommodate some projects, and thank you everyone for the work.
Thank you very much. I think Chile was next, followed by Sweden. Chile, please.
Thanks. No, yes, maybe we can go with evaluate and provide guidance.
Thank you. So the proposal is evaluate and provide guidance. Sweden, please.
I wanted to comment on this point, and that would be fine for Sweden to evaluate and provide guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. So if all colleagues are happy with that construction, that will be reflected in the document. So seeing no further requests for the floor, we have colleagues endorsed the budget. Our proposal to you as Chair and Vice Chair is that the Chair and Vice Chair, together with the Secretariat, will revise the narrative text of the annual operating plan and the budget to make it consistent with what has been decided in the budget, and also to reflect this language that has just been agreed in respect of evaluation and providing guidance. So the co-chairs effectively will make the narrative text consistent with the budget, and of course members are welcome to engage with the co-chairs in that process. Is that an acceptable way forward? Well, thank you very much, colleagues. Yes? Okay, thank you. So having now concluded this agenda item with the endorsement, UNEP would like to take the floor. You're very welcome, Ruth.
Well, thank you very much. And thanks for the trust in the Secretariat on the flexibility. We deeply appreciate that. And we're very humbled and honored to be able to serve you. I was just wondering and would like to remind us that the decision on the functions of CTCN is extremely important for us to put a bid or for any other organization to put a bid. I'm very concerned of a hiatus. I think if the European Commission is the bigger funder of CTCN, and if we can't find a decision very soon, how 2028 is going to look like, because we're going to lose 1 year of operations if we can't decide that. And I think that, well, I think it's unfair to countries that are counting on technical assistance. So I plea to you, not because of UNEP, but because of the other work that you and CTCN has put in serving countries, that we avoid, as if possible, a hiatus that will not be good. And of course, we continue to be committed and ready. And as soon as this is decided, of course, we'll work to submit our bid. Thank you.
Thank you very much, UNEP. That's a very important point which has been made, and I know that some members around the table who are also privy to the negotiations have also reflected on the urgency of those outcomes earlier in our meeting. So colleagues, let us move on then. So we're returning to agenda item 19, and now we turn to sub-item 2, global thematic capacity building. And we will hear a presentation from Jaewon in the Paolo office of the Secretariat. So Jaewon, you're very welcome to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Hello from Korea. Let's move to the next slide, please. And one more, please. CTCN's CB program support ideation of TAs at a global and a regional level, as you can remember, and the ideas are then turned into TA for national level support, and outputs of TAs are communicated through knowledge sharing pieces, activities for its global and regional growth. Next slide, please. Each modules and global and regional CB programs and related 11 types of activities has led to tangible projects. For example, global thematic CB activities on green hydrogen in 2023 led to 6 TAs over 2024 and 2025, while AI in 2024 led to 10 TAs this year. Same for the CRD&D TAs, 3 activities that were led to 3 TAs. And for structured dialogue, which includes the ND and NDA coordination support, grow from 5 countries to 15 countries with the great support from a GCF. And 2022-2024 network engagement activities connected NDs to 156 network members and 110 prospective network members. Next slide, please. Of the CTCN's CB service budget, before, please. Okay. Of the CTCN CB support budget planned equivalent to USD 1.5 million, approximately 1.35 million is under disbursement in the reporting period, leaving 140K, which is item budgeted for ND logistical support. Next slide, please. Based on the 2024 ND biannual survey and COP28 decisions and guidance, we developed 2 thematic capacity building programs for 2025 and 2026, which is climate finance and climate action. Their delivery sequence was adjusted according to the regional need, with the both programs designed to run in conjunction with the ND Forum. The finance theme programs focus on 2 things. ND is understanding the finances viewpoint, and the second is a hands-on learning on key concepts to support the project scalability across its life cycle. This participatory workshop facilitated the brainstorming of climate narrative-led 8 multi-country TA ideas across the regions, and the iShare program was co-hosted with the World Bank and ROK, while LAC was hosted by Panama. All programs engaged regional and sub-regional FIs and MDBs, as well as private sectors from both finance and tech and philanthropists. Thanks to all the participated partners. For the next year's CB on climate finance, we are in discussion with Australian NDE to host SIDS and AIB to host Central Asia, again possibly in conjunction with the ND Forum. The action theme program is titled now as Co-Creation for System Transformation. We originally thought about naming as Climate Tech in Action, but this could bring different connotations. So we took the key lesson learned from the finance theme program, the importance of co-creating with them in the early stage of project development, meaning our NDs are very well aware of this message, but if they are not equipped with the tools and techniques to co-create, then it's just a buzzword. So this action-themed program will cover this part specifically, and will be delivered for SIDS this December as a starting relay across other regions next year. Next slide, please. The activities of stakeholder engagement includes supporting ND participation in the GCF structured dialogue and delivering regional ND fora. Specific to ND and NDA coordination support, starting from this year, we started to share TA pipelines with the regional desks of the GCF to seek the opportunity to scale up under implementing TAs. This happened during the preparation of the engagement to the structural dialogue, and these pipelines are also shared with the NDAs and AEs who attended the event. Next slide, please. Regarding the CRD&D program, 3 activities were designed. The introduction seminar will be held in October in a webinar format to extend the awareness globally, and the bridge building workshop invited 9 NDEs. Of those, 6 came. The same country NDEs nominated technology experts within the ministry or NDE team participate in the learning visit. This was in July for green hydrogen and fuel cell knowledge exchange. More details will be covered by Suir within the agenda item 20. Next slide, please. We started to see the increase from network members to co-deliver the service with us. So led by network members, we are offering activities to the NDEs, including the Climate Technology Matchmaking Roundtable with Swedish Network, thanks to Orland, and the Voluntary Technology Talk for CA countries next month, online courses and knowledge pieces. Next slide, please. The juicy part, I think, what we learned in this reporting period. NDs don't want to have a lecture format, so they appreciate the learning opportunity in a talking format, so we can keep offering parallel sessions for subgroups within the region. Specific to the ND and NDA coordination, we learned that it may require a national level intervention before they join GCF's global annual activities. Why? Because GCF is in the position to facilitate co-creation of a project, so they use their annual fora to foster discussion between AEs and NDAs. With this in mind, prep meeting linking ND and NDA seems necessary, and then that let them co-pitch their idea at GCF Structured Dialogue event. Since finding a time to take this support as sequentially will not necessarily match with GCF's yearly plan, we may consider co-hosting a global ND and NDA meeting with GCF next year as a pilot, which brings back what former director Yuka did in 2016 and to see if whether this support at this time in the climate technology space works. Next slide, please. CTC and CRD in the network engagement programs rely on our network leadership. So we may call for activity co-publication proposals and may not necessarily renewal, but membership email validation system for non-active member could be considered. Next slide, please. As promised in the previous meeting, we will summarize key lessons learned from 3 years operation of CB for the 3rd program of work, and hope this leaves point for thoughts. So what CTCN can consider to enhance CB service outcomes. Next slide, please. What we learned is that NDs expect our program to build knowledge on innovative technology through not lecturing, but participatory format, and particularly value when their national network members are engaged in these activities. They also understand CB program as an avenue to identify new ideas, whether that's a single or multi-country. To effectively conclude the 3rd program of work, the 2026 and 27 CB agenda should account 3 factors as written in the slide. This year we did 15 activities and the range of 11 types of CB activities of 4 modules we have developed and delivered now leaves the potential of these activities to be selectively applied. So based on the specifically based on this capacity of each NDE. Applying a grounded theory approach, the future POWs CB service area may follow a flexible model on the left hand. 3 years of focusing on knowledge training for thematic climate technologies, 1 year dedicated to increasing knowledge about finance, 1 year aimed at strengthening skills in methods and tools for scaling up. This model is sequence agnostic, so the first year of the next POW cycle may start with a finance or sector-specific technology or tool to scale up TA. But within 5 years, all 3 components could be delivered. We hope to present the result of the ND's insights on CB service delivered during the POW, during the 3rd POW in the next AB meeting to guide this process evaluation. Next slide, please. If you can play the video. And this line of suggestion is briefly elaborate on our webpage under the capacity building. It's a video that you have to click. Ooh. But members, you're welcome to go into our website and see how it's reflected. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We work under the demand-driven process, so standardized procedure calling for participation of NDEs to the plan activities will continue to happen in early 2026. That comes to the end of my presentation. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jae-won. And we now have an opportunity for members, followed by observers, to comment. So the floor is open, colleagues. First of all, to members who wish to reflect on the global capacity building. I take the opportunity to also open the floor to observers, to anyone who wishes to comment. Well, seeing no other requests for the floor, I would like to simply say that having participated in the Republic of Korea-based capacity building programs for the last 2 years, I can attest to the excellent work of the Paolo office, faithful to its mandate, in producing some very high-quality capacity building programs. And I understand from colleagues who have joined in other regions, equally high-quality programming. I do want to just ask if anyone would like to take the floor before we conclude this item. No, well, thank you very much, Jae-won, and also for your flexibility today as we battle our way through the agenda. But thank you for joining us. So that concludes that particular item, colleagues. But before we move on to going outside, we will return to the CDCN chapter of the joint annual report. This is going back to agenda item 14. So there were discussions yesterday, of course, quite significant discussions, and the Secretariat is in a position to walk us through amendments that have been made. So I pass the floor to Julia, please.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just want to highlight that most of the revisions have been made. There are some that are still outstanding, particularly paragraph 59. I can read it out loud. At the 26th Advisory Board meeting, the CDCN Secretariat delivered a presentation on progress in TA delivery, timeliness and effectiveness, the prioritization criteria used to assess TA requests and application of the threshold, apologies, the 9 shouldn't be there, of 250,000 for each TA request. And this is a placeholder where we would need further guidance by the AB. I'll move on. We also had a request to include since when we have required local organizations or local experts in our TAs, and I will update with the date.
Thanks very much, Julia. So effectively, there is one factual update which will be made, and I think does not require discussion. But there is an outstanding question of what to do with paragraph 59, and there was also not so much reflected here, but there were also potential additional key messages which parties. I did it again, which members were invited to consult upon themselves. So, Chile, please.
Thank you very much for this update. On the paragraph that still has a placeholder, I will leave up to CDCN with the chairs. I might suggest we can be general and on timeliness report that it takes 14 months to prepare, or the inception phase of technical assistance is about 14 months, and the implementation is about 24 months. So we have the big numbers presented. I didn't know if this was a calculation based on all the history, or this is a calculation just based on the finalized TAs. So since I don't have that information, I just made the comment that those big numbers could be included there. Probably, since we're mentioning the limit there, probably you use that same paragraph to update on the update of the limit to 300,000. Definitely that will be appreciated by parties. And I think that will be like key elements to consider on that updated paragraph. Okay, I wait all the comments now. Well, I already made my comments on the table. I won't repeat the comments on the table. And on the key messages, probably because we have heard yesterday, but again today from Ruth, something like delay decision on the host of the CTCN will be detrimental to CTCN resource mobilization efforts is a proper key message that needs to be relayed to the parties. There was another key message that might not gather consensus, but I think it's important at least to repeat. That is, after consultation with the TEC and the CTCN, GEF did not consider on its programming direction a collaboration with the CTCN. So that's backward looking. So that actually happened. And might be important because I guess one of the expectations of this consultation was that this will help further collaboration between the GEF and the CTCN at the programmatic level. That would be it. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Chile. So our understanding is that, well, for paragraph 68, you've suggested some timelines to put into the placeholders. And then on paragraph 59, the suggestion is to capture an increase in the maximum of technical assistance, individual technical assistance, 300,000. And there are also two suggested key messages there. It would be helpful, as noted, to have the text of the two suggested additional key messages on the screen so that all colleagues can follow that. But if there are any other views, if anyone wishes to reflect on the suggestions made just now by Chile, or indeed has other textual suggestions, but we understand that these are the main outstanding points for the chapter, the floor is open to other members. And just looking at 59 there, so I would ask Chile or anyone who supports this proposal if you have specific text to reflect the increase to 300,000 for reflection on the screen.
Since you have already the threshold of 2,000 for each tier request, maybe just after that you could add, and it was also decided to increase that limit to 300,000. And it was also decided to increase that limit to 300,000, and that should be fits perfectly after we report that we discussed the application of that threshold.
Thank you. As we reflect these concepts on screen, UNEP would like to make a comment, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have an observation that I would like to share with the colleague from Chile. Do you believe that it's wise to specifically put the issue of the GEF? Because as it's not in the text of the GEF 9 programming directions, it hasn't been yet finalized, right? Because this is still a draft. And the GEF 8 doesn't have it either. Do you think this will preclude the inclusion, or by not mentioning it, we can continue to engage into these conversations with the aim that if it's not specifically said, it can still be feasible? You see what I mean? I don't know if I explained myself. So I'm just trying to see what would be the best vehicle for us to continue to discuss with the JEF.
Thank you very much, UNEP and Sweden. But can I ask just for Chile to respond directly to this? Thank you, sir. Please, Chile.
Yes, that's a very good question. It will be very clear. Okay, this depends a bit on the strategy. I guess that the strategy of being just nice was the strategy of putting this request by parties that they consult with the text on the CTCN as part of the programming directions, and that happened. It was sent. They considered 3 of the things of the 13 things that were said. We have to recognize that they have a reference to a technology implementation program as a result of that consultation. They include a stronger reference to circular economy and also to high level or gases with high warming potential level. That was a good outcome that they actually captured. There was something that they captured, and I'm not sure that the colleagues of the LDC will be that comfortable, but because we requested some part to add the reference to LDC, it was seeds and LDCs, but what they captured was seeds and other vulnerable countries. So just to update everyone on what was the outcome, but pretty much all the rest was not included. They also included a new paragraph that seems to prevent some of the things that were asked. So the assessment is, and this is the strategy that will be realized by this, is putting a bit of more pressure to getting attention into parties, so parties can react into this and put guidance on the guidance room to the JEF on this regard. I think that will be the idea of yeah.
Thank you, Chile. Next was Sweden, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 quick questions. First one relates to the suggested increase of the limit to $300,000. Just to make sure, we were talking before about the threshold for procurement requirements. Can we go to 300,000 without that happening, or do we have to be at 299,999? Just to clarify that. And then before actually taking any decision on this, I think it would be useful if we could have a very quick huddle among Annex 1 countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. So there is a request for clarification in respect of the funding amounts, the maximums. Let's take that first.
I would prefer Hima to be here to be able to be precise. I think it's what you suggested, 299,999. But I don't want to say anything that it's, so can we respond as soon as Hima is back? Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll have to take that on notice. So there is a request for a brief huddle. Could we ask members to be super brief, like 5 minutes? And I really do appeal to you to come back within 5 minutes so we can continue on this item. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. Let's continue. Some members asked for some time to consult, and that time has now come and gone. I see Canada, please.
Thank you very much. So we can agree. We can be flexible and agree to the reference to the raising the TA limit to 300,000, and we did receive confirmation from the Secretariat that the exact amount 300,000 does not trigger the additional administrative issues. So we can do that, and we hope that with this spirit of flexibility, we can also move forward in the same spirit of flexibility into Belém and looking to work as effectively together going forward. The one thing that we do want to mention, though, is just to make it clear that all members understand that with this raising of the limit, that it will likely mean fewer projects for the CTCN to undertake. So we just wanted to make sure that's very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the European Commission, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to mention that we support the intervention by Canada, and indeed to emphasize that, from our side, that this is also us compromising and agreeing to raise this limit. So I think in general, in the discussions we've had the last couple of days, we've had really constructive discussions. So please do recognize the efforts that we are making from our side to try to follow and the asks of parties and members, and let's bring this constructive, positive atmosphere with us to Belém. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Sweden, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be very brief and say that I echo the statements by Canada and the European Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Well, seeing no contrary views, I take it that the AB agrees to include this sentence in bold in paragraph 59, and so to record its agreement to raise the maximum spend for technical assistance to $300,000. Would the Secretariat or UNEP like to comment on this, or is there nothing to add? Okay. You have a comment, please, Sweden.
Thank you, Chair. I have no comment on this, so I am happy to endorse this. Or sorry, I'll take this later. This is.
Thank you, Sweden. Well, there is therefore agreement in the AB on this point, and I think that this adds to the historic nature of this particular meeting, that the technical assistance maximum has increased for the first time in history, in fact. So we do have some outstanding matters, not many, but we have the placeholder in paragraph 68, and guidance was given on a potential solution to that. So if I could ask the Secretariat to fill in the placeholder with a potential outcome there, so that we can also clear paragraph 68. Sorry, I believe this was Chile. Could you briefly remind the proposed solution? 68. I'm sorry, Chile. We're referring to the time element in paragraph 68, which remains unfilled.
No. The timeliness, my comment was on 59, because you're talking progress on timeless delivery and effectiveness.
Okay, understood. No, that was my misunderstanding. My apologies.
And then I suggested that you could go with what was presented, but the broad numbers, not the detail, that it takes 14 months to generate a TA, or you will use generate, and 24 months to implement. I guess this number were in average. So because the presentation does not have that level of detail, doesn't say this is the median or the, so we will go with, and also probably will need to be added of this was finalized TAs or this was total TAs. So it's a bit precise, yeah, but I don't think in the presentation is clear it is calculated across the whole basis. Because I know the details of the calculation, I cannot provide such precise language. But then it would be nice that it's reflected that this is the timeliness that was reported. And I think Secretariat can feel in no strong preferences of how this is worded.
Thank you, Chile, and apologies for my misunderstanding. The Secretariat would like to comment on this point.
Yes, this becomes a bit drafting session. What we would like to recommend, because this is the CTCN chapter and this is for parties reading, that we would actually focus on the fact that the advisory board also look into the timeliness and the responsiveness of the technical assistance requests submitted to the CTCN, and took note that the CTCN has undertaken improvement measures to to basically like expedite the process. So rather than we going with the numbers and so on, because I think at that high level that means that one, the AB has undertaken its functions with regard to the looking into the timeliness, and then there is going to be a meeting report that will provide this kind of details. So normally at the level of the annual report, we do that at a bit of a higher level. That's our suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariesta. So please, Chile.
That seems perfect. Maybe a small note with the link to the report, and that's all. Thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So the proposal then is to leave the text as it is, but to include a link to the meeting report when that's available, which would then have further detail on the specifics of the timeliness. Please.
I think the director proposed a slight amendment, so we will go with the.
Okay, so with the addition of the, can we go back up to 59 on screen, please? Yeah. So with the addition of the clause and took note that the Secretariat is taking steps to expedite the process. Is that acceptable? Thank you very much. So with that addition, we have cleared paragraph 59. As noted, paragraph 68 will be filled in with the relevant information. So as for the text we have, it is a clean text, but there are these two proposed additional key messages. Do we have text that we can put on screen so that all members can either give assent to these key messages or suggest other approaches? So at this stage where we're almost done with the chapter, it would be very helpful to reflect any proposed new content on the screen so that all members can see it for themselves. Chile, please.
Yes, I send the text to Christian. Christian should be able to provide the text to you.
Thank you, Chile. So we're just going to update the screen so that we have these elements for the consideration of members. So just bear with us for one moment. So I understand that this is a proposal from Chile, so perhaps you could walk us through the text that you're suggesting.
I meant the text I sent by WhatsApp today because the mail has, yes, I sent it to Christian a WhatsApp with the specific language. I can send it to you, Stephen, or maybe Ariesta.
Thank you, colleagues. We're just about at the point of being able to put the text on the screen. So you see in the bottom left of the screen one of the two key messages, and the two key messages are not thematically similar, so we'll take them separately, we suggest. The first one is a delayed decision on the host of the CTCN will be detrimental to CTCN resource mobilization efforts. This is a proposed key message for the CTCN chapter. Are there any comments on this, or are members happy to see this included or willing to see this included in the text? So I take it there are no objections to this to be included as a key message. So thank you very much, colleagues. That at least is decided. The second proposed additional key message is also there in the bottom left. The GEF has not included yet the collaboration with the CTCN in its updated draft programming direction as requested in its consultation with the TEC and CTCN. So this is also a proposal to include a key message in the CTCN chapter of the JAR, and this is now available for comments by members of the advisory board as a potential key message to be included in the CTCN chapter. European Commission, please.
Thank you. So we thank the member for proposing this key message. At this point, I don't have the clearance to agree to this particular wording or this particular message, but I'm willing to discuss it in Belém and also to involve the relevant colleagues from my team that are following GEF and GCF. So happy to continue discussions at a further date. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there other reflections on the GEF-related potential key message? So I don't see further requests from the floor. It is quite apparent that there is not a consensus as such, in the sense that one member has proposed this, another member has indicated that they're not in a position to accept this in the context of the chapter of the JAR. Are there other members who wish to reflect on this text or to suggest a potential way forward in respect of this proposed key message? Thank you. So UNEP would have an intervention at this point.
Just a reflection. I think that UNEP would welcome further discussions with GEF and GCF with the support of the members on how they can further support CTCN. So I don't know if this can be somehow reflected. I think that at the moment there is nothing that precludes the programming paper from CTCN to be supported. I was reflecting upon that if we have a specific window for the CTCN and the host is not an implementing agency of the GEF, that will pose a problem because the GEF would not have a mechanism to transfer resources to the host. Imagine it's GGGI. They won't be able to actually transfer the resources. However, GGGI through an implementing agency could then get resources for CTCN support. So it's a double-edged, a sword with a double edge. So just a word of caution that I think this, and I stand ready to engage with the EU and with the GEF and the GCF. I think it's an important issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, UNEP. So in addition to a word of caution there, also willingness to engage with the CTCN and the AB members in terms of resource mobilization from the operating entities, which is a very important area of work. Having heard that, colleagues, are there other AB members or members who have already spoken who wish to reflect on a potential way forward on this proposed text? Chile, please.
Maybe just the first words by Ruth might fit perfectly, but then I will need to go to the stream to try to capture. But the first things that you said about welcome further engagement and so on, maybe in a very soft way capture this idea, and then parties can connect the dots and say, oh, okay, this is the opportunity that we have to take advantage of given the programming discussion. But I don't recall the exact wording that you use, so I will need to check the stream, and maybe that could be a way forward if others can agree with what can be more softer, positive language.
Thank you, Chile, for your flexibility. An editorial comment, as this is the CTCN's chapter, we would not be referring to anything that UNEP welcomes or doesn't welcome, but maybe, as Chile suggests, this text can be worked on to make it conform to what it is, which is a CTCN chapter, for the consideration of members as an alternative to the original suggested text, which is now in the bottom left-hand corner. We're just seeing an attempt to wordsmith this in real time. So I made a note of Ruth's comments, and further engagement between the CTCN advisory board members and the GEF and GCF. Would it be further engagement between the CTCN, its an advisory board members, with the support of UNEP or the engagement of UNEP? With the GCF and GEF is welcomed. So this is a real-time attempt to adapt this as suggested by Chile, but let's take this as a potential text. Are there any reflections on the text beginning further engagement? So just looking at the way the clauses fit together, it would be the CTCN and its advisory board members, and then with the support of yeah. Let's just see if there's any. Are there any reflections on this text at this point in time? Lydia, please.
And the rest of the key messages after this further engagement will be deleted?
The proposal that we're exploring, Egypt, is this new sentence as an alternative to the sentence beginning the GEF has not. And the reason we're doing this is because there is no consensus on that first clause, the GEF has not, etc. So we're trying to find a clause or a sentence that can achieve consensus here, but that's just procedurally what we're doing. We're looking at this as an alternative. Chile, please.
Maybe we can add at the beginning, in order to further mobilize funding or in order to mobilize more funding, to not repeat further, then further engagement between the citizens. So we put the purpose at the beginning, but it looks fine. And now it's clear the purpose on this further engagement. Otherwise, if we don't put the purpose, maybe it's so soft that having a meeting or even them being presented on this meeting kind of it's not it's the purpose here is to mobilize funding. At the beginning.
Yes, quite right. Thank you, Chile. Do you have a further comment?
No, that was at the beginning in order to mobilize funding. And
We can put in the.
Thank you. So can we put that in the, just copy and paste that into the table, just so that we see what we're considering. Sweden is next, please.
Thank you, Chair. And just to make the sentence a little bit more comprehensible, easy to read, suggest to revise the order and say that the CTCN and its advisory board members welcome, comma, with the support of UNEP, comma, further engagement with the GCF and GEF. Thank you.
Thank you. So can we have that as a second alternative, if you like, or indeed, no, indeed as the alternative?
This one.
Okay, Sweden, can you read that out again, please, slowly?
Yes. The CTCN and its advisory board members welcome, comma, with the support of UNEP, comma, further engagement with the GCF and GEF.
Thank you. Chile, please.
Yeah, I must really appreciate. I actually like that wording better, but in order to mobilize funding to be kept at the beginning, because I realized you were moving around the things and move around that element that was not asked to move around. So in order to mobilize funding and then goes as the colleague suggested, and that actually looks pretty well. In order to mobilize funding and then the rest of the text.
Thank you very much. So the text is currently that we're considering is in order to mobilize funding, the CTCN and its advisory board members welcome, with the support of UNEP, further engagement with the GCF and GEF. And of course, is welcomed would be deleted. A clarification question in terms of the intended meaning is whether the clause with the support of UNEP would go after or before the words further engagement. Because as it is currently, it seems that UNEP is supporting the welcoming rather than the further engagement. European Commission, please.
Yes, no, thank you. Just to reiterate that we're really starting to come towards the end of the meeting, and in the next couple of hours, we're going to have members that will start leaving to begin travel home. I'm happy to continue discussing this in Belém, but I'm not comfortable accepting any draft proposal on the screen right now because I want to consult on this topic with other colleagues in the EU team that are not here today. So I propose we skip this key message. Happy to revert back to Belém. Then we'll have 2 more months to think of a better wording on this and propose that we move on to the remainder of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. So we hear from one member that there is no capacity to accept any of this text. Do others have any reactions or any proposed ways forward? To be clear, the proposal from the European Commission is to not have any of this draft text included in the CTCN chapter. I see no further requests for the floor. Therefore, we would not include any of the text in the bottom two quadrants. So we have already agreed on the key message in respect of the delayed decision, but everything below that would be deleted. So seeing no further requests for the floor, we can proceed on that basis. And with that, we have a clean text for the CDCN chapter of the JAR. I see, however, Chile followed by Sweden. Chile, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think on the point has been raised and probably will be raised after the GEF presentation after lunch. So that part, that making aware of the situation regarding the response to the GEF to the inputs by the Tech and CTCN sent through the UNFW Secretariat, now it should be fairly well aware by members here. Also taking into account that this consultation in part happened thanks to coordination with the colleagues from the EU last year when guidance was being provided to the GEF in the guidance room. We act in good faith. We really hope we can coordinate in the next 2 months to have a substantive decision that could help the CTCN on this topic. So we are willing to be flexible on this. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Sweden, please.
Burkina Faso, you're no longer asking for the floor? Or? Okay. Okay, so thank you, Chair. I have no additional textual proposals to make. However, since we are still talking about the JAR, I would like to take the chance to comment on something that was mentioned in the JAR and which was also mentioned in the presentation by J1 recently, which is the CTCN event organized in Sweden a few weeks ago. And I beg your indulgence for shoehorning in this intervention under this agenda item. But I hope you understand that since I'm will have to leave early this afternoon to catch a train to Sweden, I take this chance because I think it's worth highlighting this event. And I would like to express my deep appreciation to the CTCN, Ariesta and Julia, for making the trip to Stockholm a few weeks ago at the end of August. We spent an entire day together, packed with interesting meetings, including a roundtable discussion with Swedish business leaders and a meeting with Sweden's climate ambassador and head of delegation to the UNFCCC, during which we discussed how Swedish climate technologies can be used more by the CTCN in the future. The purpose of the roundtable discussion was to spread awareness of the CTCN's work and inform about how becoming part of the CTCN network, Swedish companies can contribute to global sustainability goals, help developing countries implement their NDCs, while at the same time expanding their reach and impact in emerging markets. Organizing this event was completely in line with the core messages of Sweden's climate diplomacy, which is urgency and opportunity, as well as the main message of the so-called NDC letter from the Swedish Minister for Climate and the Environment and the Swedish Minister for Foreign Trade and International Development Cooperation, which was sent out to all UNFCCC focal points after COP29, highlighting that Sweden is open for international cooperation and eager to contribute to NDC fulfillment across the globe by implementing innovative climate solutions from Swedish business actors that are already available. And from what I understand, this is the first time an event like this has been organized by an NDE to promote the CTCN in their countries. And I really hope that this event to promote the CTCN in Sweden can inspire others to do the same. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have about the event in case you're interested in organizing something similar in your countries. And again, sorry for squeezing in this intervention under this agenda item, and thank you very much for your understanding.
Thank you, Sweden. And there's, of course, no need to apologize. It's very relevant. And I think this event is an exemplary case of an Annex 1 NDE engaging in the work and bringing CTCN to other stakeholders in government, but also to the private sector. So thank you very much for your efforts. European Commission, please.
Thank you. Just 2 quick points. So to thank Ambrosio for his flexibility, and from our side and the EU always want to be open to these kind of discussions related to JEF and GCF, but from our side it's always a discussion on where to put these kind of suggestions. So thanks a lot to Ambrosio for that flexibility. And then also to express my support to the points raised by Erland in terms of efforts by parties on mobilizing Annex 1 NDEs and also network members, because this contributes also to the work of the CTCN. So good that is reflected. Thank you.
Very much. And we have a request from the observers, the East Lancashire Chamber of Commerce, please.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you for your support while we've been here. I especially wanted to thank our delegate from Sweden for hearing about your really superb example of bringing together the roundtable with the businesses. It's very much what we've started to do in the UK with our work supporting low carbon innovators, and we would love to copy your example and learn from what you've done and bring our businesses together with our minister in the same way. So this is the benefit of all of us being here together. We couldn't do those things if we were online. Thank you to all of you for your support.
Thank you very much, and that is wonderful to hear as well. So colleagues, we do have a clean text, and we have agreed to the text of the CTCN chapter of the Joint Annual Report. I do thank all members for your flexibility and the spirit in which you have engaged in this important discussion. We are not in a position to break for lunch because we have many items remaining to us. So we are moving immediately to agenda item 20, collaborative research, development and demonstration activities. As a reminder, collaborative RD&D is a core mandate of the CTCN Paolo office, launched in 2022. The office has had time to establish itself and lay groundwork. At the latest advisory board meeting, the Secretariat, thank you very much to UNEP. Thank you. No, not at all. Not at all. This is what happens on the final day, but we're very grateful to UNEP's participation. So, of course, the Paolo has indeed established itself. At the last meeting, we had a Secretariat presentation on the finalised collaborative RD&D strategy. And today we will hear an update on the implementation of the strategy. So Dr. Suil Kang is online. Suil, please take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. It is very nice to meet you and present CRD&D activities virtually from Incheon, Republic of Korea. Next slide, please. I briefly introduce what the collaborative RD&D strategic framework for CTCN from 2025 to 2030. Next one, please. As you know, the framework was proposed and discussed at the 25th CTCN AV meeting in April 2025. So I would like to report that we could not make initiation of the implementation of the framework because there was some, as you see, this timeline gap because it was decided in April, and then the Paolo work plan for 2025 was finalized in the early this year. So that's why we focus on the already decided CRD&D activity for 2025. And next one, please. This slide shows the proposed 6 activities. The first one, joint development of CRD&D project between recipient and providers. This is the earliest proposed action in 2025 and 2026. The proposed activities establish an opportunity for free discussions. For example, forum or seminar and operate a steering group. Actually, now we are trying to find ways to harmonize those such proposed activity with our CTCN modalities, such as country-driven approaches and also like procurement modalities, such as international biddings. So mainly next year, we will focus on the first activity, such as establishment of the opportunities. Next one, please. Okay, from now on, I'll introduce this year's activities under the CRD&D topic. Because there were some questions on how we are selecting the invited countries. That's why I prepared some slides. As you can see, this year in January, J1 sent email to NDEs to collect their interest in the participation for CRD&D activity. As you can see, there are module 1, 2, and 3. Especially the module 3 is on collaborative RD&D programs, such as webinar on CRD&D and collaborative RD&D bridge building workshop, CRD2B2 workshop on energy storage system, and also learning visit on green hydrogen production and fuel cells. Next one, please. From the participation survey, we collected countries expressed the preference to module 3, collaborative RD&D program. I will show you the list of countries in the next slides. So like additionally, we consider to invite new countries and also geographical distribution. And also for the hydrogen production topic, we also consider the needs for CTCN TAs on green hydrogen. Also, we allocated 40K USD for learning visit and also CRD2B2 workshop. And then again, in January, as J1 presented, we will do again the global ND participation survey. And then also we also consider this year's survey result to select countries. Next one, please. Yeah, as you can see, in case of the ASEAN and the Pacific, these countries responded to the survey, and you can see their preference, willingness to participate for number 6, 7, and 8. And also we considered green hydrogen TA. So we finally invited Timor-Leste and Maldives, and also, yeah, and also considered Malaysia, Mongolia, and Tajikistan based on those survey results. Next one, please. Yeah, in case of Africa, these countries showed the willingness to participate. And also finally, we invited Gambia and Zimbabwe based on those information. Next one, please. In case of Latin America and Caribbean region, 6 countries showed their willingness to participate in the program. And finally, Belize and Panama were invited for the learning visit and CRD2B2 workshop. Next one, please. Yeah, already J1 explained, presented the activities. I just would like to highlight the outputs. So, for example, Zimbabwe case, there was a initiation of coordination for preparation of CTCN TA request on green hydrogen. Also, there is a RD&D collaboration development with the Technological University of Panama. Or you can see more detailed information through the QR code. The next one, please. This is a CRD2B2 workshop. I will just explain the outputs. So all the NDs presented barriers, enablers, and collaboration for deployment of energy storage system. And there was a voluntary technology talk with companies and organizations. Also, there was a bilateral meeting with the citizen network members. And also, there was a collaboration development with the Hyundai Motor CMK Foundation. Also, you can see more detailed information through the QR code. And also, during the CRD2B workshop, we also organized UNFCCC technology mechanism session on accelerating the deployment of energy storage. So you can see the key message. We need integration of policy, regulatory, technical, institutional, and financial enablers for the to accelerate the deployment of energy storage system. Next one, please. Okay, yeah, I'll present some current ongoing CTCN TA support under the CR collaborative RD&D. You can see in case of the Papua New Guinea, the Korea Institute of Energy Research is the implementing partner. It will be completed in December this year. And we are now trying to finalize the contract within this year with Uzbekistan. It's about the groundwater desalination and resource recovery. And this project will be funded by PALO budget. Next one, please. And also in the Bangladesh, the implementing partner, KITEC, is working with the ND for until next February. And also we are now trying to finalize the contract within this year with Côte d'Ivoire. It is about biochar production with the KIEL. Also, Okay. Finally, I'll move on to future outlook. Next one, please. The blue characters shows the this year's coming activities. There will be technology mechanism webinar on the introduction of CRD&D for NDs, and then CTCN network members on 28 October. Also, there will be a steering group virtual meeting in November with between CTCN Secretariat and Korean GRIs. And also during the SEAS ND forum, we will collect needs, CRD&D needs from NDs, and also we'll try to collect data on the RD&D collaboration among academia and research institutes in SEAS, especially in the Pacific. And as I mentioned, there will be global ND participants survey next year, and also depending on the funding availability, we are now continue the activities on learning visit, on green hydrogen production and fuel cell, and CRD2B2 workshop on energy storage. And also we think that we can complete 2 CTCN TAs, and then also implementation of Côte d'Ivoire and Uzbekistan TAs. But the challenge is the ending of the donor agreement in 7th October next year. And also, as I mentioned, then next year we'll focus on establishing and designing the implementation of the CRD&D framework, strategic framework. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Suil, for that very substantive presentation. So colleagues, the floor is now who would like to reflect or would have any questions. on the CDCN's work on collaborative RD&D. So the floor is open. Chile, please.
Thank you very much for the floor. First, I would like to appreciate this work and congratulate, as many times I have done over the years, the government of Korea for their leadership and support this PALO office, and of course, to Suil leading that office there, and of course, the team of the CTCN in general. This is very relevant because this is related to Article 10.5 of the Paris Agreement that's dedicated to innovation and collaboration. So the name is actually aligns pretty well with that part of the Paris Agreement, and it's relevant also for many years it seemed it was a bit left out or not considered that much in the context of this process. There was many activities on technology, but actually few seem to be on the early stages of the technology cycle. That was the guidance provided in the Paris Agreement in that particular article. And now some of the topics resonate with some of the tech work. So that's also interesting. If you remember a couple of years ago, there was a global survey by the tech with the climate architects think tank that revealed that one of the key technologies was energy storage. And we can see, especially in some countries that are starting to gather perhaps a bit more of intermittent renewable penetration in the grid, the importance that these technologies are prepared to deal with changes in frequency, to not only react to the network, but also to be able to be grid forming. So when there is risk that you go into blackdown, they can help actually set up the grid. So that's an area of research very relevant for adoption of renewables, and now in many countries will be very relevant for security of the grids and also helping the overall cost of energy. So very pleased to see such relevant work. I took one particular example, and that there is a specific dedicated that can be reported later on the early stage of the technology cycle. So also we are in compliance with one of the things that parties prioritize when they write and wrote and signed the Paris Agreement. So this work by the CTCN with support of the PALO office and the government of Korea is very much welcome and appreciated.
Thank you very much. So turning now to the Adaptation Committee, please.
Thank you for this presentation. I didn't know what are you doing about technology in the case of the Adaptation Committee. I think that you have some cases to include in part of the reports that we are creating. On the other hand, it's just a question related to how are you managing the intellectual property of these kinds of technologies? Thank you.
Thanks very much. So just to be clear, the floor is also open to any observers who wish to comment, but I do not see any additional requests for the floor. So let's turn back to you, to Suil, if you'd like to respond to the question from the Adaptation Committee, but also Ambrosio's comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I first respond to Ambrosio's Chile intervention. Yes, actually, one of our intention to choose energy storage is to strengthen the collaboration between TEC and CTCN. It is also the really strong request from the parties. So yes, actually, also the result of this session will be integrated into the TEC policy brief. And for the intellectual property, I think that we got the same question last year, but actually, it is kind of between, agreement between the providers and recipients regarding IPL issues. So we just let the partners really make agreement for the IPL issues. Thank you.
Thanks again, Suil. And let me add my appreciation to your work and the work of the whole team on collaborative RD&D at the Palo office. So we are closing this item now, and we are moving to lunch. It's going to be a short lunch. We have to be back here in 30 minutes because we have speakers online who cannot move their schedules, including from the funds that have not yet presented. So please be back here at 5 minutes to 2 o'clock. Thank you.
No.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope you had a nutritious and fulfilling lunch, even though we had to consume it in haste, because we do have a very full agenda for the rest of the afternoon. I would just like to remind everyone that due to earlier agenda items being more prolonged than we anticipated, we are very much under time pressure this afternoon. All of the next agenda items are mostly to take note. So we don't anticipate there will be a lot of negotiation and discussion to occur. But I would encourage anyone who's making interventions to just keep in mind that we do have a time pressure and to just be succinct and be brief. All of the presentations that we're seeing this afternoon will be provided online or by email, so you will have plenty of time to consume and reflect those. And so without any further ado, I'm going to move us on. A slight alteration in the running order is that we will start now with agenda item 22, which focuses on the coordination with UNFCCC bodies. We're going to hear updates from several UNFCCC bodies, and after all the presentations, we will hold a Q&A. But as I will continue to remind you, please try and be brief. And if you will recall, we did amend the schedule slightly, so we had the Green Climate Fund already presented on Monday. That was so we could benefit from Hansol being here. She was only here on Monday. But now I would like to invite Saliha Debajic, who is the Programming and Innovation Unit Lead and Senior Climate Change Specialist at the Adaptation Fund, to take the floor. Saliha is joining us virtually today. Saliha, please take the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having the Adaptation Fund at this meeting. It is my pleasure to provide an update on recent activities related to technology and CTCN. I have to say thank you for pronouncing my name absolutely correctly, which normally never happens. Next slide, please. Bearing in mind what has been said, I will breeze through the first 10 slides or so. This is just a little bit of a refresher on Adaptation Fund, where we are, what our main mandate is, and generally the work that we do, which supports also technology. If you could move to the next slide, please. And doing so with the goal of protecting people, livelihoods, and ecosystems through climate resilient development. Our mission is to accelerate effective adaptation actions and efficient access to finance. We see technology as an important part of that. So much so that our work is guided strategically now for the second time in the row of so 10 years really, based on 3 pillars, one of which is innovation. which is where the innovation facility is homed, and where and through which we offer a number of funding opportunities. Not to say that the Adaptation Fund does not finance technology related projects from other windows, but the fact that we have dedicated windows for innovation, I think is important to note. Next slide, please. Currently, our portfolio is almost 1.4 billion, spread across 199 projects globally, and we have out of that about half that are in least developed countries and small island developed states. There is a growing demand for Adaptation Fund financing, and we have almost $600 million worth of proposals in our active pipeline. Next slide, please. The Adaptation Fund does not determine sectors, does not earmark funding for sectors. The projects and programs that we finance are country driven and in alignment with their national strategies and reports like NAPS and NDCs. But the way the portfolio looks as a result is something like this, obviously, and predictably, there's a lot of funding going to traditionally considered climate sensitive sectors like agriculture, food security, disaster risk reduction, water management. However, I would like to point out that we have a number of growing portfolios in emerging sectors, including health, education, and so on. Next slide, please. This is just a snapshot of the results, and we can just click through the next few slides so that I don't take up too much time. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And we can go on to the next slide now. Thank you. Next slide. Thank you. Yeah. This is what we are offering in terms of funding. Again, under innovation, we offer different options for via direct access through also multilateral regional implementing entities, and then through our innovation accelerators, which is now a partnership of programs. And I'll say a few words about that momentarily. And this is also quite relevant to our collaboration with CTCN. Next slide, please. And just a little bit about innovation funding windows. We don't need to get into many details, but they are set up in a way that allow for scaling up, and we are actually working on ways to systematically do so. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit on the Adaptation Fund Climate Innovation Accelerator. We're very grateful and happy with the collaboration that we've had with CTCN on particularly this flagship program. UNEP and CTCN are now in the process of implementing the second phase of the Adaptation Fund Climate Innovation Accelerator, AFCIA, having successfully implemented the first phase. UNEP CTCN has also been selected by the board to coordinate this growing partnership of programs that actually now is including additional institutions, or is soon to include additional institutions, most probably. quite shortly. Next slide, please. This is just a quick update generally from the last meeting of the board, which may be relevant to this meeting. Please note that the country caps for all the countries has increased from 20 million now to 40 million. Also, maximum project sizes have increased from previously 10 million to 25 million for single country projects, and regional project and program sizes have increased from what was previously the maximum of 14 million to now a maximum of 30 million. We have launched new windows, and on this last point, the second call for expressions of interest was issued at following the last board meeting. And I will say a few words about that specifically. Next slide, please. So the second call in this strategic period, third call overall for expressions of interest to join the Adaptation Fund Climate Innovation Accelerator Partnership has been greenlit by the board for $60 million provisionally. We have now, ahead of the upcoming board meeting, which is taking place in October, I can say we have received over $145 million worth of expressions of interest. So this is quite a volume. We received them from 7 implementing entities, which included a regional implementing entity. And we are now ready to present those expressions of interest, and the board will discuss and decide which to invite to join the FCF partnership and develop programs. So that is a little update on a program that, as I mentioned before, is growing and developing quite significantly. Next slide, please. And also, sorry, before I move on to this slide, I also want to highlight that for the upcoming board meeting, we have had a sizable number of projects accessing or proposing to access funding from the innovation funding windows. These projects, I can say, are of very good quality. We are seeing, we're anticipating about $75 million worth of projects potentially being discussed and decided upon for implementation by the board. So this would include a mix of single country and regional projects, and we have 8 of them. One of them is an AFCIA program, a regional AFCIA program. So please stay tuned on updates on that after the board meeting. Just a quick snapshot of our collaboration on technology, CTCN, and activities we have carried out. We have, and I think we've reported on this at the last meeting, where we had some in-person colleagues attending. We have focused one of our last year's annual readiness seminar on innovation, and we have spent quite some time ahead of the during and after the seminar, helping build capacity of national implementing entities and increasing their readiness to access funding for innovation. In follow-up to this, we've also had a write shop in Recife this year, where we have helped build capacity on proposal writing for national and regional implementing entities. sizable number of innovation projects that we have now received for consideration for this board's meeting. There is a clear line connecting this event to the good number of proposals we have received this time around. We have participated in Tech and CTCN meetings and shared some lessons from our portfolio. As I'm sure you're all aware, the UNEP CTCN Phase 2 AFCIA program is supporting financing of different stages of the technology cycle, also supporting country readiness and capacity building processes. So we are very much looking forward to seeing how that develops. I've already mentioned both the Phase 2 for 10 million and the coordination mechanism for 2.6 million. This is again, particularly on the coordination mechanism, there will be further work on capacity building, partnership development, knowledge management, and lessons sharing. Please note that we are going to be participating at the upcoming Adaptation Futures Conference in New Zealand. The Adaptation Fund is putting on a series of events focusing on innovation. We're spotlighting technologies, particularly from Indigenous, for Indigenous, and communities and locally led adaptation. We have a nice collaboration with CTCN among many partners around this conference as well. And we look forward to that taking place in second or third week of October. So I think with that, I have concluded my update. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saliha. And I actually intend to come to that conference in New Zealand in October, so I look forward to meeting you there in person. And next we have Karina Barrera, who's here with us in Bonn from the Adaptation Committee. Please, Karina, can you take the floor?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to say thank you because it has been a very useful experience to be part of the advisory board of the CTCN. On the other hand, I would like to congratulate for your hard and productive work during this meeting. Me, as part of the developing countries, consider that it is a great new to have new funds to implement actions, really useful and impactful actions in the territories. Now I will present the recent developments of the Adaptation Committee. And then it's important to say that this space is very important, considering that now we can connect the activities that the Adaptation Committee has been doing. And on the other hand, I am taking some actions that you are doing, and then I'm communicating to the Adaptation Committee. We are sharing now more of the opportunities that we have to work together. I'd like to present as last presentation in April. We talk about the portal that we developed, the state of the adaptation. Now we are covering 198 parties, and in this portal, this is an interactive portal. This is a source of information for you. All of the adaptation activities that are being doing in the countries are systematized in this portal. Then the convention mentioned in many spaces that the needs and gaps should be identified, and this is a tool to identify needs and gaps of the countries. And in this space, you will see a specific point for means of implementation for each country. So you can see, and in the presentation you have the link to go in. Then we developed during this time the technical guidance, a mapping of technical guidance and training materials as part of the support required by the COP for the AC, for the LEG, and the CGA. This is an important product that we have developed. So I would like to highlight that this exercise revealed critical gaps. Considering all the indicators of GGGA, in this case, we should see that, for example, aspects as poverty eradications, livelihoods, cultural heritage, and inclusivity is not being showcasing in all of these materials. There are not enough materials to showcase this kind of information. There is a gap. Then the adaptation committee is working for do this material more accessible and inclusive. So it is available. You can see it in the AC webpage. Then the other key development on recognizing efforts, adaptation efforts, this is part of our mandate. This is one of the modalities of the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement, the COP requires to the AC and to other stakeholders to prepare a synthesis report every 2 years, starting in 2020, on specific adaptation themes, with a focus on relevant lessons learned and good practices in developing countries parties. I saw in the report of CTCN that you are looking for in the work plan and space to share the knowledge products. And during this time, I could see relevant cases that you have promoted. In this case, the report was launched in 2024, and we show cases like Brazil. For example, Brazil is including national climate science networks, and they are working in MRV systems, fostering technological innovation and low carbon agriculture, for example. Then we showcase Chile, Ecuador, Indonesia, Kyrgyzstan, Mozambique, and Kenya as countries with important innovative activities. We showcase technology and also governance process. It could be a good option for the future that the cases that you are promoting could be documented in this future report. It means that in 2026, you could work together with the adaptation committee showcasing these successful cases. On the other hand, we have been working in capacity building. Capacity building remains at the heart of our work. We co-organized a peer-led training on monitoring, evaluation, and learning systems, equipping countries with tools to track the effectiveness of the adaptation actors. In August, we hosted a regional webinar for Latin America on monitoring and evaluation learning systems for NAPS. Then we participated at NAP Expo in Lusaka. We conducted a hybrid training session with promoting the landscape of support for NAPS. Here, it is an important product that we are working on. This is we are trying to get all of the pieces of the adaptation in one portal. This is the portal called, or the last report that we submit is Landscape of Support for NAPS. This is a useful tool for the parties to know what is happening and what is available to implement NAPS, not just implement. It's formulation, implementation, monitoring, and learning. This could be a good option to include the products of the CTCN also. And looking ahead, what is coming, we are preparing our first synthesis report on adaptation action by parties by 2026. We are working on recommendations to improve reporting on adaptation actions and progress, including the technology dimensions under the Paris Agreement's transparency framework. We are talking now as how to improve the BTR. Maybe it is a good space to think together how the artificial intelligence could be used to these kind of reports, for example. This is part of the work that we can develop together. And then we will continue also tech and CTCN working with technology roadmaps, promoting digital platforms, mail tools, and local knowledge integration in apps. Finally, we remain committed to ensuring that our work inclusive, gender responsive, and youth drive will link in technology, finance, and capacity building for scaling up solutions. Just to finish, I'd like to say that now, maybe some of the tools that we are developing in the different groups are like pieces, but we should establish or to collect all of the pieces and develop a puzzle, the complete puzzle, in an easier way to the parties. Otherwise, the parties has a lot of difficulties to identify what are the tools available to implement our actions, especially in adaptation. Thank you very much for this space. And again, congrats for your excellent work.
Thank you, Karina, for your presentation and very much for your presence here as well. It makes a great improvement to have everyone here presenting in person, but that's not to detract from our next presenter, who is also very welcome. And this is Diane Black-Lane from the Standing Committee on Finance, who is joining us online. Thank you, Diane. The floor is yours. Hello, Diane. I'm not sure if you're trying to connect, but we can't hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we have your audio now. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I just stepped away for a little while. Hello, everybody. I'm just going to say hi and then switch away from the camera to save my internet. So, see, sorry. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much on behalf of the Standing Committee on Finance and myself and my colleague, who was named as a focal point to the CTCN. We're grateful to be able to present to the committee at this time. So next slide, please. So yes, so Clara and I are the one who are the focal points for technology. And we don't always get the opportunity to come to CTCN because we have 3 meetings this year, but we just completed our last meeting last week. So it was a little bit difficult for our team members to join you personally, but of course, we really appreciate the virtual participation. Next slide. Next slide. So for our 2025 year, it's been quite active for us, and we had a forum that's about accelerating climate action and resilience through financing for sustainable food and systems agriculture. And this is consistent in terms of linkages with other, sorry, it's raining, so you may hear a lot of noise here. As you would see, agriculture and the food system is very important for our for the climate change convention and the accredited and our funded entities like the Adaptation Fund and the GST have just presented. A large percentage of the money is being spent on agriculture, and we thought that as a Standing Committee on Finance, to see how we can accelerate to enhance this whole program and the priority that the countries are signaling to the operating entities. So we also discussed our other fora for 2026 and 2027, and the scope, and this is not always an easy option. So if you have any ideas for the CTCN, remember you can also participate in our fora in the future, that you can probably just send an email to see if you can weigh in on what we're going to select as a theme. So as you can see here, we're looking at financing climate action in the water systems and oceans, and we've discussed kind of narrowed the range for the 2027 forum, but we haven't really finalized it, so we still have some more work to do on that. So there's a lot of opportunity for the CTCN to make suggestions. This year, we also prepared draft guidance for the operating entities of the financial mechanism. And that is the basis of that document when we are completed will be the base, hopefully, will be selected as a basis for the negotiations when it comes to COP30 in Belém. Next slide. So this is a little bit of all the slides were made available to you, and I know that you don't have a lot of time. And so this slide basically gave you a little bit of a background on what was accomplished and how we did that. Next slide, please. Right. So like I said before, we are going to be calling out to all of our other entities within the convention to get calls for inputs and case studies. I've seen some of the presentation before where a lot of case studies are being developed. So it will be great to be able to get more information and see if you can get a lot of the, I think the Adaptation Committee have a lot of information that they can provide as well. And the forum is a really excellent way to present those. So any submission that we will have a call for submission, and anything that you can provide us, that would be fantastic. Next slide. So for 2027, the forum is still a little bit up in the air, and it's something to watch for the 2027 because we're still wide open to ideas. But the general theme that we are settling on is a pure finance theme, which is cross-cutting and can have an interesting scope when it's completed. So of course, technology is one of the strong recommendations. A technology-backed forum is also a strong recommendation. And I know technology is normally done as a cross-cutting issue and not necessarily the focus issue. It's like finance and technology, agriculture and technology, and so on, not technology and something else. And so maybe CTCN may weigh in here. Next slide, please. Now, in the guidance that we presented, there's quite a bit of guidance that came from the Adaptation Committee, the Tech Committee, and so on on the issue of technology. And that document should be ready shortly to be sent to the Secretariat to forward onto the COP. So I think the CTCN should take a look at it and see if it reflects the priorities there for the CTCN. We've had several guidance that directly mention the CTCN. So this is an opportunity. This is an important document. Once it's completed, the negotiation, this goes directly to the operating entities of the convention. So it's an important guidance document for information and priorities to be included in the as part of the negotiation. Next slide. Right, so we wanted to see the specific areas of technology that we discuss, and like I said before, technology is very important in all of the work that we do at the Standing Committee on Finance, and it's even it sometimes can be quite controversial. So the CTCN and the tech providing background information and case studies can really help to lower the temperature where we're transitioning from a particular type of technology to others, which can create, there's a huge transitional risk when we are using from one technology to another, or there's a perceived transitional risk that many of our operating entities to the convention, the financing operating entities to the convention are focusing on and to look at, and the CTCN and the tech, of course, and everybody else can focus on that, because I think that is one of the areas that a project may be perceived as high risk, or a project may be delayed, and so on, because the risk of the transition is not fully known, and of course then it's not built into the design and priced into the design of the project and the program. So the synergies between the STF and the CTCN is therefore important, so that we can as much as possible incorporate this guidance into the convention and into the negotiations, and having a language of technology and transitioning from one technology to the next and all the risk that has is an important way of helping the convention along as we try to implement adaptation and mitigation measures. Next. All right, well, thank you very much for this opportunity, and we look forward to your feedback on behalf of all of us as the Standing Committee on Finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane, for your presentation. Please stay online as we'll open the floor for comments and questions after all of the presentations are complete. Now, I would like to invite Patricia Marcos Huidobro from the Global Environment Facility to take the floor. Patricia is also connected online today. Patricia, are you there? Can you take the mic, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone, for inviting the GEF to participate in the CTCN Advisory Board meetings. It is a pleasure for us to be here today and to present what we have been doing in the technology arena. If we can go to the next slide. Just to provide you with an overview of the GEF support to climate technologies. So since the creation of the GEF in 1992, the GEF has provided more than 4,000 million resources channeled to climate technologies. This is through our different funds. As you know, we are a family of funds, and this is also through our different many entry points for technology. If we move to the next slide, we are currently, the GEF works in cycles, in replenishment cycles. We are currently at the end of our 8th replenishment cycle, and technology transfer continue to be at the core of the programming direction of the GEF. Projects that are submitted to the GEF, they need to be country-driven, and they require to demonstrate alignment to national priorities, including in national climate strategies and plans. Unlike other sister funds, the GEF is a little bit different in the sense that most of our resources, they are assigned to the countries at the beginning of our cycle, meaning this is what we call start resources. So the countries, they know at the beginning of the cycle how much resources they have, and they need to spend them according to their national priorities as well as to the programming direction of the GEF, which include technology transfer as one of the main pillars of the programming direction. So if we move to the next slide, the GEF is a family of funds. So under the main GEF Trust Fund, we have the Climate Change Mitigation Focal Area, which aims to support developing countries to make transformational shifts towards net zero greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development pathways. We have two main pillars. The first one focuses on innovation, technology development and transfer, and enabling policies for mitigation options. And then the second pillar is related to the reporting obligations that the countries have under the UNFCCC conventions, so primarily the BTRs and national communications. So under the main pillar, the pillar number 1, technology innovation, technology development and transfer, we have 4 main entry points for technology, including energy and materials efficiency, decarbonized power systems, zero emissions mobility scale-up, and nature-based solutions with high mitigation impact. So we move to the next slide. We have 2 types of projects. What we call full-size projects are those above 5 million, and those projects are approved by our council in June and December. So at the June 2025 work program, the GEF Council approved 3 projects with significant, technology elements. You can find the examples in the slide. We approved a project in Burundi on rural electrification for community well-being, one in the Philippines on greening of the cement and construction industry, and another one in Dominica, which is a very interesting example. It's a geothermal project where the Dominica was using part of their national allocation from the GEF to this project, particularly the GEF funds. They were being used to improve the resiliency of the distribution system in the country. while they were developing this project, they found an issue between the project developer did require a letter of credit, but unfortunately the utility couldn't find a bank which will be granting that letter of credit. So in this case, the private sector window, they applied to the private sector window of the JEF, and we've been, in addition to the STAR resources, we are also contributing with some part of our private sector window to support with that letter of credit, so the project can go ahead and the agreement between the utility and the project developer is now in place. So this is a good case where the country has maximized the use of their STAR allocation, but they are also applying to additional funds under our private sector window. So when we move to the next slide, I was saying before, the JEF is a family of funds. Particularly for climate change adaptation, we have two smallest funds, the LDCF, the Least Developed Country Fund, and the SCCF, the Special Climate Change Fund. Those funds are targeting climate change adaptation, and as you can see on the slide, they both have priority areas focused on technology development and transfer, innovation, and private sector development too. Next, please. So since the approval of the LDCF and SCCF strategy for the period from 2022 to 2026, 16 projects have been approved with approximately 177 million. And in the slide, you can see a list of the main areas where countries are asking for support in terms of climate change adaptation. Being the main area, climate information services and early warning systems, we provided in previous CTCN meetings information about the support the JEF has provided on early warning systems, but it's one of the main requests we received from the country. And then we have a few other areas such as fintech solutions for climate adaptation, climate resilient agriculture value chain, also a lot of requests to support micro and small medium enterprises in developing adaptation solutions in several sectors, and a few of others, CSOs and community-led technology solutions, particularly through the Inclusive Assembly Challenge program that was launched by the JEF in the current cycle. Next slide, please. So other support that we have been providing, the JEF conducts national dialogues, which basically is a dialogue within a country on what are the environment priorities for the country, going beyond the JEF support. So we usually engage with many other sister funds, other entities providing financing to the environment, and basically all the stakeholders. So we do fund these national dialogues that goes beyond the JEF portfolio in a country, and those are basically we do them based on country demands. We haven't had any national dialogue recently because we are at the end of the JF8 cycle, so we receive many requests for national dialogues at the beginning of our cycle. In addition, CTCN is also a member of many of our TNA projects. Other support in the next slide is through the JEF innovation window. We mentioned this window in previous CTCN meetings. It's a new window under the JEF8 cycle with approximately 12 million in JEF financing, with a focus on 5 areas of innovation, including technological innovation. So back in December, we approved few projects under this window, and I wanted to highlight the project on the screen. It's called AgroWeb 3 Powered by LabChange, and this is a very relevant project and a very interesting one that will develop a digital tool that can geo-reference farm plots and help farmers demonstrate the legality of their land tenure, as well as the as their agricultural products to digital certification. This is very important as this helps farmers comply with the European Union deforestation regulation that was effective in December 30th, 2024, that requires all businesses selling within or exporting to the European Union to ensure deforestation-free value chains. This is an area where there were a lot of concerns from the countries because they wanted to comply with the regulations, they wanted to continue exporting their products to Europe. So we received a lot of requests, and finally we were able to tackle this proposal through the innovation window. So this is just one example of the proposals that were approved under this window. If we move to the next one, as every year, the GEF report to COP is available on our website and as well as on the UNFCCC website. All the information regarding GEF support to technology, particularly over the last year, can be found in our GEF report to UNFCCC COP. And then looking ahead, we are currently in full swing through the GEF9 negotiations. We just had the first meeting back in May, and the second meeting of the GEF negotiation will take place the second week of October in Botswana. This is the main meeting for the GEF Trust Fund, but the LDCF and SCCF programming strategy negotiation is happening in parallel to the GEF Trust Fund, the upcoming mitigation and adaptation programming strategies create new opportunities for innovative ideas on the technology transfer sphere. And we hope that by the next replenishment meeting that is being scheduled by March, April, the exact date is still to be defined. We hope to have a final draft version of the programming direction that is currently being discussed. So thank you so much. I stay online in case there are any questions, but thank you so much for having us today.
Thank you, Patricia, for your presentation, and a big thank you to all of our presenters. With the time we have left, I'd like to open the floor for comments and interventions with the caveat that we do want to try and keep them brief. Thank you. And I see Chile.
Thank you very much for the floor, Co-Chair. I will start appreciating all the presentations to the Adaptation Fund. We deeply appreciate the collaboration with the CTCN, and Chile at least would want to thank the Adaptation Fund leadership for their role in fostering this significant collaboration with the CTCN. On the Adaptation Committee, was very interesting, the analysis on the tools. We wonder if there might be some technology elements and how this get to the last mile. Remember, CTC and Tech were involved on more on the tech side on the early warning part. So there was this general comment that came actually from some of the funds on the last mile. So how these tools actually provide action, and maybe there is further opportunity of collaborate with the technology mechanism on that element. On the SCF, very much appreciated, especially the focus, the linkage with technology that was in the presentation. Wonder is a part of the mandate of synergies that the SCF has. They would be interesting for them to in this context of synergy, the potential role of the CTCN and the technical assistance in pipeline building for the larger funds, and how this perhaps could be streamlined, as looking at the financial aspect and pipeline building and the role of these mechanisms that will also feed into the larger funds. An invitation to Tech CTCN will be welcome in this forum that we hear that also talk a lot about technology. So maybe that's also an opportunity to collaborate more directly with the SCF in future forums, especially if they are technology related issues. Always are a bit hand in hand, the finance and the technology. For the GEF, thanks for the presentation. The focus of the GEF on technology is very widely welcomed. Some question those and comments on the replenishment process and the GEF report. On the replenishment process, is appreciated that the new version published on the 10th of September included the comments sent by the TEC and the CTCN on the reference to the technology implementation program, some comments on circular economy and on high global warming potential gases. There was a comment regarding LDCs that got translated into other vulnerable countries, and we're not sure that that is comfortable for the LDCs, but we are a bit concerned on what was not considered. There were many other elements, around other 10 elements that were in that submission that were not considered, but to keep it simple and at the most basic level, the source of concern is in a way not acknowledging that there are many decisions that call for this collaboration between the operating entities and the technology mechanism, and will be very appreciated that this, that was also part of the submission, is included in some manner, a signal that in the context of the new replenishment, collaboration with the technology mechanism is expected. And the other one that also has a decision is the reference to TNA implementation. Probably that's also not only here in the negotiation. You have the decision coming from Dubai, I believe was the decision 7 of the COP, that includes a reference and requests the GF to support, in particular, implementation of the TNA outcomes and TAPs, and probably that in particular will be very much appreciated as is recognize existing decisions under the COP on the guidance agenda item actually. And the question on the report, there was coming from the guidance that from the last COP that requested the GF with the TEC and the CTCN to consider opportunities for scaling up program focused on technology and innovation. So this is one of the examples of the decision I was referencing that call for more collaboration. At the end of the response, it was said that the program invested 40 million in 23 pilot initiatives or 3 call for projects. One of these projects is implemented in partnership with the CTCN. And we wonder if that, instead of is implemented, it was meant to say was implemented. Because consulting this week, I've been told that it doesn't seem to be an active collaboration this year, and perhaps there is a small amendment that needs to be there in the response, as it's not to be something that is ongoing, which is the impression that the current wording on the GEF report has. That would be, thank you very much for all the presentations.
Thank you, Chile. And next we have Burkina Faso.
Thank you so much, Chair, for the floor. I would like to start by appreciating all the presentation. It was very well presented with details, very good to easy to understand. I would like also to echo what Chile has said about SCF. Emphasizing the linkages between the two mechanisms, financial mechanism and also technology mechanism. This is very important for us, and it has been highlighted. Then coming to GEF, as he said, we made a submission on replenishment, the 9th replenishment, where we emphasize seed and LDCs, but LDCs have been removed and changed by vulnerable countries. My question is that as we had this task force to put information, our concern, and make it good for all, is it possible now to change it? And to put LDCs as we asked it during the online meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Burkina Faso. And I don't see any more flags up for interventions, so I will return to the presenters, and I think perhaps we can start from the last intervention from Burkina Faso to the GEF. about the wording that was changed regarding LDCs and vulnerable countries.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone, for the comments. I'll try to respond to all of them. I may be missing one from Chile, but let me come in, and then if I am missing something, just please let me know. Yeah. So first of all, we would like to acknowledging his appreciation, the input provided to the DF9 programming strategy. Most of the comments have been reviewed and considered in the updated version of the programming direction that was published, as Chile was saying, in September. I can share the link if this is of your interest. Just a reminder that the DF serves different conventions. We serve a total of 6 conventions, so we received many comments. So we try to incorporate all of them to the best of our capabilities, also taking into account that we do have some restrictions in the sense that we are country-driven fund, and we do have some limitations, but we try to incorporate all of them to the best of our knowledge. In the terms of, as for the TNAs, there's actually a paragraph in the current programming, paragraph 367, that particularly says that support to TNAs will be made available for SIDS and LDCs that have not yet undertaken one or wish to do so. Other countries may use their country allocation for the preparation and implementation of TNAs. So, so it is included, support to TNAs implementation, it is included in the programming strategies in the draft programming strategy for DF9. Going forward, I understand in the next replenishment meeting, there will be a UNFCCC representative attending the meeting in person in Botswana. So we do encourage internal coordination within the UNFCCC, and please all your comments to be channeled through the UNFCCC representative who will be attending the meeting and raise this question. Particularly on the SIDS and LDCs being replaced by vulnerable countries, I will have to check internally, since I am no part of the team working specifically on that item. I'll check and we'll come back to the CTCN, but I would encourage also to check channel those comments through the UNFCCC representative who will be attending the replenishment meeting the second week of October in Botswana. I hope this helps clarify. We'll get back to you on the replacement for vulnerable countries, since I don't know exactly the discussions that took place around that. Yeah, I hope this is helpful. I'm not sure if I'm missing something. Sorry, Ambrosio, you had a long question, so I may be missing something. Let me know if I need to come back with any question. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia, for your very thorough responses there. Now I'll pass over to Diane Black-Lane from the Standing Committee of Finance, if you have any responses to the interventions.
I think in general, I'd say thank you for the questions. So I think in general, the issue that was brought up is the technical assistance for pipeline building and scaling up. I think in general, it can be captioned under that particular question. So yes, for sure, the Standing Committee on Finance, one of the areas that we really try to work with the operating entity, which is the GEF, the GCF, and to some extent with the Adaptation Fund, which is not part of the Financial Mechanism Convention, is that we really do promote the idea under the Standing Committee through the guidance of the various operating entity providing financing to ensure that the project risk are fairly understood. So you would see under the Adaptation Fund, they have an innovation grant, which allow countries to apply to test new technologies, and as part of that testing process, you should be able to understand how a technology is being introduced into a new area. So the technology may not be new to the world, but it new to that particular area of the world. So for example, if you're looking at a simple one, solar panel system or batteries for electric vehicles, which have an adaptation quality in many countries like small island states or in LDCs where electricity grid is not there, you can save energy as an adaptation measure. That is a little bit difficult. In agriculture, we have vertical farming, which is a lot of people are interested. It's very easy to use, but it still requires some sort of transition. When we're looking at mitigation and adaptation, one of the things we don't measure well in the finance world is the culture of the various countries, and within the operating entities and in the COP itself, we are spanning over 190 countries where the culture, they're all very different. And how do you implement new technologies also really different, which means that the risk can be different. So the major problem with scaling up, let's say an adaptation project, a GEF project to an adaptation project to a GCF project, is the issue of risk and knowledge of the risk. So the operating entity is made up of human beings like you and I. And if they're not fully if we're not able to communicate to them the risk and they feel comfortable that we actually study the risk and we understand and we can quantify the risk, they may not be keen on spending a lot more money and scaling up a particular project, especially if it's a new technology. When I say new technology, solar and battery, yes. Then sure, that is something that is new. Everybody know about, especially off-grid. Everybody is aware of that. So yeah, so there is a lot of discussion about that, and that is what the whole point of the forum, the various fora that we've had, is to bring experiences, and CTCN has a lot of information. Tech committee, the adaptation committee, have a lot of more technical information. We hear the TNAs are being funded by the GEF, for example, and what we need to do is what we're trying to do at the standing committee is to provide guidance to the operating entity so they can encourage their staff when you're assessing a project to use those types of documents generated to assess the project. Many of the staff of the operating entities, for example, come from banking background, like development banking background. And so they're going to be going with their nature and with their training. So what we're saying now is that you need to check the TNAs, you need to check the NAPs, you need to do all of those things. So I think there's a lot of work, based on the questions that, yes, there's a lot of work that we all need to do to make sure the GEF, the GEF is pretty much on board with this, and they have been doing this for a longer time. The GEF and the new loss and damage fund still needs to come on board and focus on all of the work that and the energy and the funds we put into funding these documents and using them to help to the scaling up process and help to better understand risk. So there's a lot more work that we need to do there. We don't focus on that as much, but definitely that is something that is a little bit of a gap. Back over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Diane, for your comprehensive response to those interventions. And I'm afraid that we are very, very, very behind schedule. So I'm going to have to take the responses for the Adaptation Fund and the Adaptation Committee offline. I do apologise for that, but it is really of immense urgency that we have to move this agenda on, as we do have people leaving to catch flights and trains. So thank you again to all the presenters, and we will follow up offline for any of the interventions that were not responded to adequately. So next we have agenda item 23, which is the communication activities for 2026.
RMP.
Excuse me, it's not 23.
Oh, it is 23. That's okay. Resource mobilization.
Yeah. My mistake. In rushing, I have caused us to be even further delayed. We are now moving on to the next agenda item, which is resource mobilisation and partnerships. To recall, At its 22nd meeting, the Advisory Board approved the CTCN Resource Mobilisation and Partnership Strategy for 2023 to 27. This strategy includes a provision to make resource mobilisation a standing agenda item at Advisory Board meetings, ensuring that parties and relevant stakeholders are kept informed about the CTCN's progress in securing funding. As a reminder, the Secretariat continues to facilitate the work of the task force, which is tasked with supporting and advising the Secretariat on resource mobilisation and partnership activities. Following today's discussion on this agenda item, we will also present a few additional matters for your consideration in this regard. I would now like to invite the CTCN Secretariat to present updates on their resource mobilisation efforts to date, as well as planned activities for 2026. Very fortunately, I have the very fashionable Julia sitting right next to me, so I will hand over to you now, Julia.
Yes, hello from the most colourful corner of the room. It's not always easy to colour coordinate, but I do believe we pulled it off, Vice Chair. So I will be brief, as I think the discussions that have taken place in earlier agenda items have discussed the CTCN's financial health in depth, and the repeated call for fundraising to non-traditional donors has been heard. We are actively working on this outreach as per the implementation of the strategy, where we focus on activities that we in a previous agenda item marked under the enhanced scenario. So primarily for mitigation programs such as decarbonisation of hard to abate sectors such as cement and concrete, SF6 phase out, as well as the Climate Youth Innovators Programme, and for women and gender activities. So the CTCN's fundraising activities to non-traditional donors do prioritise programmatic windows so as to ensure operational costs can also be covered within these programmatic windows where possible, such as we see in the EC's commitments and within AFCIA. But as we have heard from the Director, these activities do take time, and as the clock is ticking rapidly towards the end of 2027, where we have no visibility of incoming pledges, we are taking advantage of every opportunity we can identify. But as mentioned earlier, this space is rapidly shrinking due to global developments. And just before I start, on the outside, I do thank Sweden's intervention earlier. And I would like to highlight also from our side that the Director and I think this was a very fruitful engagement, and we are also encouraged to hear that the East Lancashire Chamber of Commerce are replicating this activity or want to replicate this activity. And we would be delighted to work with them on this. And we encourage other Annex 1 NDs to replicate this in their countries, as we do believe this is a very good way to use the CTCN's network to put the spotlight on the individual countries' climate technologies. So this presentation will provide an update on the RMP activities that have taken place since the AB in April, and in particular activities covering strategic actions points 1, 2, and 3, and 4. But we will leave out strategic action 5 on communications, as there's a separate comms presentation, and strategic action 6 on the joint resource mobilization effort, as this was mentioned on Friday. Now on strategic action 1, sorry, the previous slide, please. Thank you. So here, as you can see, we have received new commitments in 2025, and we continue to rely on and thank our traditional donors for their support, as well as we have been reaching out to new or historic donors such as the UK, Norway, and France. We have already heard from Sweden on the series of engagements we had there, and we do echo the words of the chair, who highlighted that this is a great example of how an Annex 1 NDE can fulfill their role. And as you see from the picture, this is proof that there is sunshine in Sweden. And if we go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So under this agenda item, we have had great success stories in our continued collaboration with the GCF, and the Kenya Commercial Bank, the concept notes that we are submitting to the Adaptation Fund, and the Ugandan GCF submission, and you have already heard about this from the director. Further, the CTCN is in discussion with the Korean Development Bank to assist them in creating an enabling environment in Malaysia by potentially collaborating on a TA. With the Asian Development Bank, the CTCN is discussing the potential integration of a TA submitted by Tajikistan into a wider ADB activity, as well as the potentially upscaling of a completed CTCN TA in Indonesia. With thanks to the Adaptation Committee member present here today, we thank her for facilitating the connection of an introductory meeting, which was held between the Inter-American Development Bank's Ecuador country office and the CTCN to understand more about the different mandates and potential areas of collaboration. Sadly, our conversation with the EDB has been discontinued as they have deprioritized their sustainability activities. And the director, together with TEC, had a good conversation with the Asian Infrastructure Development Bank on potentially collaborating on TAs in Asia and particularly Central Asia, and we will continue our discussions with them. Next slide, please. Super, thank you. So under strategic action 3, which is what we are prioritizing under the resource mobilization strategy, as this is the, these are the non-traditional donors we're reaching out to. And here you have heard before about our engagement with the Novo Nordisk Foundation, which is the largest foundation currently in the world. And here a concept note was submitted to the Novo Nordisk Foundation and the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center, also known as CIMMYT. And this is on a multi-year program on agricultural mitigation based on a Japanese scientific discovery. And we are continuing that conversation. And we also have the program manager of this activity from CIMMYT with us in person today to, after this, give a short overview of the program. Thank you for being here. And you can see below our other outreach activities, which are with GCCA, Pepsi MENA, the International Chamber of Commerce, and the Gates Foundation. And we will continue updating you on these discussions once and if they progress. And as part of our outreach here, we are engaging in new venues, such as the Adaptation Futures, where the Vice Chair will go, as well as the International Conference on Financing for Development to attract new partners and to increase our outreach. Next slide, please. Yeah, and under Strategic Action 4, we have had several strong interactions with the advisory board since April. We have already mentioned the one with Sweden, and we again thank the Adaptation Committee member. And further, we have had several speaking engagements by the chair and the vice chair, where attention has been drawn to the CTCN body of work, as well as the OPID they published. And they use CTCN comms materials for this purpose, for these purposes. And these are available to all AB members for resource mobilization purposes and general outreach. And I also want to take this moment here to encourage advisory board members to join the Resource Mobilization and Partnership Task Force, which is a forum where we can exchange in greater detail on outreach to a diversified set of donors. And that concludes my presentation. Over.
Thank you, Julia, for the comprehensive update. And I would just like to also support her call for more members to join the Resource Mobilisation Task Force. We are looking a bit thin on the ground. As of our last meeting, there was not a large amount of people there. So please do sign up and join the task force because it really matters. As I understand now that the program manager from the CIMMYT, which is the maize and grains. I'm not sure exactly the acronym, but he's going to explain that to us and introduce us to the collaboration on agricultural mitigation with the Novo Nordisk Foundation that CIMMYT and CTCN are discussing. Please, Mr. Victor, if you would mind.
You can sit there. Or if
there's a mic here, I think. Yeah. Come up.
He's not color coordinated.
Thank you for having me. The reason I'm here is was already explained by Julie a little bit. The Novo Nordisk Foundation introduced us to CTCN. I come from Victor Comorel, come from CIMMYT, the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center, or Centro Internacional de Mejoramiento de Maíz y Trigo. That's why the CIMMYT, where the CIMMYT comes from. And it's one of 15 CGIAR research centers across the globe. And what I want to tell you about in these 5 minutes is what biological nitrification inhibition and cereals is about, what the mitigation in ag opportunity is, what the research project is that we're doing thanks to Novo Nordisk funding, Novo Nordisk Foundation funding, and last but not least, what the opportunity for CTCN could be. So imagine a world where these wheat seeds, these teeny weeny wheat seeds, they're grown by farmers, let's say on 50% of total global wheat growing area. Total global wheat growing area is 220 million hectares. It's still the most widely grown food cereal in the most diverse regions, from super cold to rather hot. So take 50%, that's 110 million hectares. And in these seeds, you have the genetics that the root grows and the root presses out microbes. And these microbes interact with the microbes in the soil. And because of that interaction, the ammonium, the nitrogen form, stays stable in the soil for longer, which means that the cereal, in this case wheat, can take up more nitrogen more efficiently, number one. That's vision number one. Number two, because that happens, this biological nitrification inhibition, the nitrification is inhibited by these little microbes again and again, every season. You reduce N losses. You all know about fertilizer waste, right? Miserable. You know about emissions, N2O emissions, and you know about ammonia volatilization. These three forms of N losses are targeted by the biological nitrification inhibition trait. So that's part of the food, water, energy nexus domain in your world. Told you about the ammonia. It's a seed-based technology. It works via the roots. So it's kind of like a nature-based solution. You have the trait, this PNI trait, if I may abbreviate it like that. We've found it, scientists have found it in maize, sorghum, barley, pearl millet, brachiaria, the forages. Okay, so the opportunity for going beyond wheat are rather significant. Why am I talking to you about wheat today? Because it's the most advanced in terms of putting the BNI trade into elite lines. So in terms of breeding and moving the breeding towards farmers' fields, wheat is the most advanced. So the big win, just to summarize, is improving the plant's nitrogen use efficiency, and the bigger win would be the N losses. What is BNI not? It is not proprietary knowledge. It is not about GMO or gene editing or privately owned IP, and it is not a silver bullet. The climate change in ag mitigation opportunities are threefold. First of all, you've got the N losses reduction I've referred to. At the moment, ex ante, we assume an N losses net reduction of 20%. That means emissions lower, fertilizer waste, leakage lower, ammonia volatilization, if relevant, lower. Altogether, total N losses reduction 20% on average. Fertilizer use reduction on average 15%, though it's also about fertilizer use efficiency. That's actually the most important part, not so much using less or more. So those are the co-benefits. Now, I said it's not a silver bullet, right? It definitely isn't. Well, I don't know which, there is no silver bullet, right? So it's complementary to other adaptation and mitigation technologies such as regenerative ag, climate smart agriculture, low till, no till, the fertilizer 4Rs, the biochar. There's no trade-off there. Essentially, it's complementary. It's never 100% complementary, but so you'd have reinforced co-benefits. And last but not least, it's complementary to existing innovation and scaling pathways. We're part of the CGIAR Center system. We have our theories of change and our impact pathways. And more importantly, so do you at CTCN. You have your innovation system pathways, your theories of change, and your scaling pathways. And that is what we would like to connect to. Never mind things that are a little bit more complicated, but maybe very exciting, such as ecosystem services, payments, and carbon markets, basically to incentivize farmers to perform these N losses reductions and thus contribute to climate change mitigation. Let's forget about where the research stands. Let me focus a little bit about the Crop Sustain project that I would like to present to you a little bit. This is funded by the Novo Nordisk Foundation, 21 million, 4 years. It's global. We operate with partners in Mexico, Kenya, Ethiopia, several European countries, USA starting, China starting. We've got, of course, got Jerkas in Japan on the lab side. So it's quite global. I'm sure I forgot somebody right now. This is because we want to verify the global potential of this technology. So in lots of different wheat growing environments. And we want to do it from two ways. From the breeding side, can you always develop these elite lines that turn to varieties and always have that trait, always perform, and they're perfect otherwise, And the other side is, are the N losses happening? And if I'm very honest with you, that's a very complicated part. So N losses measurement, on a multi-season basis is a tough one. And then to show that it's the BNI effect that does the benefit and not something else. So that's research. Okay. We make use of an ecosystem of other projects funded by other people, but related to BNI. So to basically get things done faster. We deliver international public goods and open access knowledge. That's the mandate of the CG centers, the mandate of CIMMYT. There is no exclusivity or, even though we do have private sector partners, so we ask them to sign that they commit to delivering an international public good and exchanging research data and germplasm. Now, what's a little bit special about this project I'm leading is that we have a so-called, it's called Track 7. It's about doing market research with farmers and other wheat value chain actors as the technology is being developed. Why would you grow this stuff? What's in it for you as a farmer? Okay, and that is where we want to connect to CTCN as soon as possible, because the budget we have for doing this is basically in 3 locations globally, which is not a lot. Seriously, I think you all know, it's not about the technology so much, right? I mean, I'm all excited, yeah? But I mean, hey, it's about people who are motivated to use it, to make it happen on a daily basis on farmers' fields. So that is the job of this research track, number 7, and that's, I think, the perfect opportunity to come together with CTCN. So last but not least, what are these 3 potential collaboration areas between this research project funded by the Novo Nordisk Foundation and CTCN? One is to raise awareness and gauge country interest, which has already happened in Kenya. Very good. We have a long-term relationship with CalRO, so it's perfect fit. There are also some other actors interested in joining the project in Africa, among them Sasakawa Africa Association and Weka Wheat. The other is to run multi-stakeholder pilots at the subnational level. I think it's your collaborative research opportunities that you talked about today. Yeah, it would be great to have 1 or 2 of those happening. Not only do you have the ability to connect the BNI technology to other ag-based mitigation opportunities, so you have a win-win. 1 and 1 is more than 2. But you also have the experience of organizing collaborative research around this. And ideally, it would be one area where you have structured formal seed systems working quite well. And what is the reality in most of our countries when it comes to wheat as well, is you have a lot of informal seed systems, because both are important in terms of scaling this seed-based opportunity. And last but not least, I think CTCN could contribute significantly to the policy making and policy change that would need to happen in parallel to introducing BNI wheat and maybe in future BNI other cereals, including standard setting. That's an area where we don't have much expertise. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Victor, for this very thorough and explanatory
there was just 5 minutes.
Presentation on bionucleonic inhibitors in seeds. And I think there is a great deal of potential there, both in the science and in the potential for partnership. So thank you very much for making the time to come present to us today. Colleagues, I'm afraid that as time marches on, we don't have the space for interventions or reflections on that presentation. We must immediately rush to the next agenda item. But there is the potential availability to put any questions in writing to Victor, and we will pass them on and connect you. So I invite you to do that. And that brings us to the conclusion of the Resource Mobilisation and Partnership Task Force presentation. The Secretariat has taken note and will take note of any feedback that you have provided or will provide in writing. And I'll just remind again to please any advisory board members to please join that Resource Mobilisation Task Force. And now I believe that we have agenda item 23, Anastasia, yes. The advisory board is now invited to discuss the information and provide guidance on the implementation of the communication and outreach strategy. This includes the CTN's engagement at upcoming COP30 in Belém. During our 23rd Advisory Board meeting in April of last year, we welcomed the presentation of the CTCN Communications and Visibility Strategy for 2024-27. In this context, we now invite the CTCN Communications team to report on activities since the last Advisory Board meeting and to present planned communication and outreach activities for 2026, including proposed engagements at COP30 in Belém. Anastasia and Isabel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I love doing sprints, so I will sprint you through this one, and then my colleague Isabel will join in line to complement on this presentation. With regards to website content, since the last Advisory Board meeting, which happened in April, we had 6 news and press releases items published. We had 10 web stories and 9 call for experts. Some of the numbers are decreased also because we didn't do it for the whole reporting period as according to JAR, but we covered only communication pieces since the last Advisory Board member, not to repeat ourselves. Newsletter. We had 9 newsletter issued. Why we had 9? Because we started engaging more with network members except for that, we have monthly newsletter briefs that goes to wider audience. The average openings of each newsletter is about 50%. It dropped out a little bit. Then we started doing these engagements with network because we sent it to slightly, not slightly, but pretty much 10 times less number of subscribers than we send our monthly newsletter. A total number of subscribers as of September is 13,748. And yes, and if you are not subscribed, please let me know and we will add you to the list. Newsletter rebrand. If you're following our newsletter, you probably noticed that we did some rebranding, and we try to also change the narrative, how we speak, shorter, catchier, and we have more like calls for actions. We added more clicks, so we hope it works. If you have further feedback, please also let us know. We improving as we move forward. Social media, the numbers are impressive in LinkedIn. We don't have Twitter, just as mentioned during the previous meeting in April, we are phasing out our communication from Twitter, also known as X, and we are focusing our communication at the moment mostly on LinkedIn, which is why you see such nice outreach numbers. And Facebook is slightly less, but it's also because we have only Asia Pacific region mostly engaging on Facebook with us. This is type of content that we share. You already probably noticed some shift in content. We try to focus more on communicating impact, communicating stories. We also still keep announcements and of course reports on events, especially on platforms such as LinkedIn, because it's very of big relevance to our audience. And now the big news, please save the date, October 15th. We are planning to launch Instagram account. We will be sharing everyone the link. Instagram will be different. Just to brief you on this, we will focus more on impact. So it will be slightly different communication of what you used to see on LinkedIn, on Facebook. We will try to communicate more on impact stories, what is done in the field. We will have, in the very beginning, we plan to have 2 free social media posts a month, not even a week, to see how the audience reflect, what kind of audience we engage. And then we will be analyzing and improving and changing content as we move forward. Comms analytics, just a couple of numbers on the website. You can see that numbers continuously keep growing. I think we can explain it that we try to change a couple of things on website and we try to restyle, and we are continuously improving. A couple of more pages will be improved by the next Advisory Board meeting. And I think that this is connected to we make it more user-friendly. That's why the numbers are growing. Media monitoring, just quickly, since the last advisory board meeting, we had 591 total mentions. We had total engagement of 1,502 with the media, and the daily average outreach you can see is really big, but it's because it calculates audience of each media that publishes news on CTCN, that mentions CTCN in any way or these are just a couple of stories on media engagement. I won't be stepping on this. These are two examples of op-eds, and why I want to focus on this, because we have an op-ed here from our chair and vice chair, and we also had an op-ed, an observer, she left already, which we did together with our network member, following the webinar on AI, and they both are quite popular. So if you think of developing something, we could maybe also discuss it with our network team, how we can collaborate and what media we can pitch it to, because it really, number-wise, it works way better for CTCN than just publishing the news on CTCN website. And my last contribution here is outlook of COP events. As you can see, many of them are to be confirmed. We have technology mechanism event that was already presented on Friday within the joint session. Then we plan to have matchmaking event Business Sweden together with Sweden. We plan to have building climate innovations ecosystem from ground up, which is in partnership with Capacity Building Hub and SeedStars. It's mainly will be the speech event that we mentioned earlier today for the accelerator startups to come and have networking event. Then we have adaptation to a warmer climate, showcasing the impact of ASEA 1 program. It will be in partnership with Adaptation Fund. The next event is how technologies can mitigate security issues caused by climate change in partnership with European Commission. Then another event that we have together with Tech is AI for Climate Action Award 2025. And two more events that CTCN is not leading but partnering on is the launch of Force Green Technology book, which is more of the traditional event at the moment because CTCN has collaboration with WIPO since the first green technology book was developed, and the last event is with Women Engaged for a Common Future. It's on gender just climate solution, and this year they will be celebrating 10th anniversary, which is anticipated to be as a big event at COP. Just quickly on media outreach, given that you already heard the delegation will be very limited, we will try to focus all activities online. We also try to negotiate with our partners how we can get all the pictures, content from the ground to basically promote it online, but also to ensure that we have visibility in partner events of CTCN. And I think this is, yes, Isabel, over to you.
Thank you so much, Anna, and I will continue the sprint. As you know, since our last meeting, we are really focused on increased visibility and outreach, as Anna has mentioned. We've been working on high quality communications assets to promote the work of the CTCN. This, of course, includes videos, interviews, photos, web stories, articles. We are focusing particularly on ASEA 1 and EU climate change and security programs, because that's where we have the dedicated funding. And these will be featured not only on our own channels, but also on UNEP channels. So even this week, the wonderful video that you saw in Colombia yesterday will be featured, will be given a spotlight on the UNEP climate change website. And then on October 16th, UNEP has selected 3 food-related TAs financed, supported by the EC Climate Change and Security Program, Nigeria hydroponics, Zimbabwe mope worms, and Cameroon sinoculture to focus for our World Food Day. So that is an amazing opportunity for us. It goes to show that when we have high quality communications products, wonderful films and photos, then they get a lot of attention. In the interest of time, I have just put links to all of these assets here that you can take a look at your own leisure. Next slide, please. We are continuing using these wonderful assets, these amazing photos that we have, by featuring them at the Adaptation Futures Conference in New Zealand, where Nadej will be going. This will be a physical photo exhibit together with the Adaptation Fund. And at COP, we're also working with a virtual, a digital presentation of photos. There will be perhaps also a photo exhibit at EU headquarters in Brussels, either this year or potentially early next year, to showcase the photos generated under the EC Climate Change and Security Program. Go ahead, next slide. So we have continued our storytelling with focus on the human aspect of CTCN projects through blogs on, for example, Zambia and Mauritius. We have also, as Anna mentioned, had the opportunity to insert articles in really quality media outlets like SDG Action. This was an article written by Ariesta, and Environmental Finance, an article written by Stephen that got a lot of attention. Of course, AI is a very popular topic, but it was one of the most read articles in that particular feature of Environmental Finance. So as Anna said, if you have ideas for topics where you want us to support you in writing an article and pitching it to various media, we are very happy to do so. Next slide, please. There are also opportunities to showcase the CTCN at new conferences, so non-traditional CTCN conferences. We were delighted that Ariesta was able to speak remotely at the Water Week in Stockholm, the Maersk Zero Carbon Shipping webinar, and the Fiji Science Policy Business Dialogue. If you have ideas for other opportunities where you can feature Ariesta, then of course do let us know. I do think that it is really important to emphasize the media attention that that we got through our NDE fora. So the NDE fora are, of course, very, very important to the participants themselves, but we can really use them to get media attention far beyond the actual event. In the case of Panama and Korea, we got lots of mentions in Korean media, both in English and Korean. And for the LAC NDE Forum, we got mentions across the region, not only in Panama. Ramiro did very well in terms of video, and that video went viral and it got picked up across, even in Europe, in in Spanish-speaking media in Switzerland, for example. So when we have an event, we are able to use that event to really get the message out. It helped that we prepared Q&A that we disseminated to LAC media on the CTCN, along with the media advisory. And generally speaking, we are doing everything that we can to take advantage of these events to reach out to media. Next slide, please. As Anna mentioned, there will be two impact events, two events at COP where we're going to present the impact report of AFCIA-1 and the climate change and security programs. So this is yet another type of communications asset that we're going to be using to shine the light on CTCN. Impact reports tell a very interesting story, of course. Again, human-centric story of the impact of our events. Of our programs and TAs. So we're going to be using that to the best of our ability. Go ahead, next slide. And also these wonderful roadmaps and technical fact sheets that we're developing for the programs, where we're using a design company to really design engaging fact sheets and technical roadmaps to talk about community-led climate innovation in fragile settings, as well as rainwater harvesting, hydroponic farming, and solar cooking. So we're doing everything that we can to get the message out about the learnings from TAs in an engaging way. Go ahead, next slide. And finally, what are the plans for 2026? Well, we feel that we have a pretty good recipe in terms of getting the message out. We will continue to focus on blogs, podcasts, interviews, all kinds of speaking opportunities and media interviews, both for adaptation and mitigation TAs, to the best of our ability. Of course, the videos from the AFCIA 1 and EC Climate Change and Security projects will be a wonderful asset to promote also in 2026. Some of those videos will not be done until the end of this year, so we'll be certainly promoting them in the next year, and we'll be using all kinds of other types of engaging assets, such as these fact sheets and roadmaps, and thinking outside of the box really on how to showcase the impacts of our TAs in an interesting way that is easily digestible for various stakeholders and audiences. That's it from us. Thanks so much. And of course, we welcome any questions you might have if we have time for that.
Thank you so much, Isabel. And we on the board really appreciate all the great work the comms team does. They've been a great assistance to the chair and I when we've done some media interventions. And of course, Anastasia has been very, very supportive of trying to keep the schedule of this advisory board meeting on time, despite all of our best efforts to derail it. And I believe we may have time for just one or two brief questions on comms. So if anybody has an intervention, I welcome you to contribute now. Canada, please.
Thank you. I don't want to delay us further, but I have one question that I would really interested in the answer. With respect to what you were talking about, visibility at COP30, and apologies if I missed this and you already referenced something like this, but will the CTCN be able to be featured at all on the UNFCCC site, like the site that posts, news flashes for attendees? Wondering if CTCN is going to be featured at all, or I imagine it's very competitive maybe to get on there, but thank you.
And we have the flag up from Egypt.
Thank you. Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Isabel, for your presentation. I have a small suggestion regarding the conferences or workshops that CTCN be presented there or organized by CTCN. What about inviting the local channels of the countries itself? For example, Egypt, we have two main channels nationally, or the TVs or the radio, and I like the podcast. I'm looking forward to hear something about this thing.
Thank you, Lydia. And I'm going to pass back to the comms team to respond to those interventions.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to Canada's question, we will of course try. But it is competitive. Hopefully we will get some mention in the newsfeed on the website. We will coordinate with Baba and colleagues from UNFCCC to get that. We will also try to do COP visibility through the partners, given that on almost every event we would have a partner. We will try to get to the media through their channels as well, because they might have less competition to send something to the media. Because with UNFCCC and UNEP, we have basically to compete with the whole organization, and only the main news would be out. And with regards to Egypt's suggestion, thank you very much. We would love to try to get some local champions to the TV and radios, but it's also quite competitive, of course. The topic has to be very unique, and the speaker has to be very unique. So if you have suggestions, we would be open to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. Canada, I see your flags up, but we really are pushed for time, and I was wondering if perhaps we now have a brief coffee break, and maybe you could follow that up then.
It wasn't a question. I was remiss in thanking you for a wonderful presentation and all the great work that you did. That's all I wanted to say.
We always have time for thanks and gratitude. So Okay, thank you, colleagues. It's been a very busy last few sessions, and we're now going to take a brief coffee break. I would like to be back in the room before 10 past, please, so we can get through the last few agenda items. I know it's rushed and it's very quick, but please indulge us because we are very much under time pressure here. And with that, I will call the session to an end, and please take a coffee, take a breather. Let's get back in here as soon as possible.
Dear members, to those who are left in the room, we will show a short video from Nigeria if you have time to watch it during the break.
Each time I cultivate, the crops are eaten up by the cattle. And each time I go, we fight. And I felt my life was endangered, so I stopped.
Farming is a way of life in northern Nigeria. But today, the farmlands have become a battleground. Nigeria is getting hotter and drier, and the rains come late or not at all. This means farmers are losing crops. Herders are losing grazing routes, and clashes over shrinking land are rising.
Lokacin da ake tunanin ruwa zai kai, to ruwan bai kai ba ya dauke sai asara aka samu a gona. Ina yi gaskiya ne ba ƙarya bane. Akwai shi.
Over 25 million Nigerians are at the risk of acute food insecurity. In Kaduna State alone, 77% of the population farm, but the soil is no longer a source of security. Now, a small solution is making a big difference. A solar-powered, soil-free hydroponic system is transforming how and where people grow food. In one greenhouse, up to 900 plants no longer wait for rain. They grow on multiple levels and vertical trellises, maximizing space. Nutrient-rich water flows through gravity-fed systems, allowing the roots to absorb only what they need, while the excess water is returned to the tanks. For the first time, lettuce is being grown locally alongside tomatoes, cucumbers, and bell peppers.
You can harvest lettuce close to about 9 to 10 times in a year. But in an open farming, you just do it twice in a year. Sometimes when you plant outside and there's maybe a drought, you begin to look for water, but here there's nothing like drought because you control the temperature, you control the environment, you control the nutrients.
For women and girls who face constant threats of violence and rape out in the fields, this means more than farming. It's the right to grow food without fear.
Kafin lokacin da hydroponics ya zo, lokacin da muna noma a can da nesa. To lokacin ana samun matsaloli gaskiya. akwai ainihin irin mutanen nan masu ɗaukar mutane tunani yana jin tsoro, amma yanzu zuwan hydroponics to alhamdulillahi ba mutum sai ya je can duniya ya je ya yi noma ba.
The greenhouse sits in town, so women no longer work for hours in vulnerable conditions, and less time in distant farmlands means more time in school. And now they're even taking it home, bringing hydroponic farming into the safety of their own backyards.
Na zo na ɗan dasa tumatir ɗina gashi har na ga ya fara mun fure. To ai kaga mun samu ci gaba. Wannan ci gaban ba karamin abu ne a wurin mu ba. Zan gaya mata zan nuna mata yadda ake wannan hydroponics da yadda aka ba mu training. Me wannan nana? Da lettuce.
Nutrients inside here, inside water, and put the seed with the foam here and this plant and plant it.
The hydroponic farming is going to increase the resilience of the woman farmer. With the insecurity we have in Nigeria, the small space she has within her home will enable her to produce a lot. So for me and for smallholder women farmers, it's a welcome idea.
Especially when the munje training dinnan. So muka dawo dinnan mun fara tunai wannan ko. Har mutane suna dubawa su ce maman hydroponics ya mutu suna kirana yanzu a zutu.
Mu yi shi mu inganta shi ya zamanto ya yi girma ana takama da mu, ko da a ce lokaci ne irin na dry season din nan idan aka zo za a samu kayan marmari a lambun ko da koyaushe. Daɗa expanded din shi ya zamanto min kaman jari ne a rayuwana, fatan da muke yi kenan.
Hydroponic farming is empowering communities and especially women to grow more with less, cultivating resilience, self-reliance, and peace one harvest at a time.
Wannan hydroponics ba abin da zan ce mi sai dai abin farin ciki da kuma na al'umma.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I am inviting you to please join us again for this final session of AB26. And we do have another slight modification to the running order of the agenda. And we are going to skip now to agenda item 25, other matters. And this is to accommodate one of our colleagues from UNEP, who is, I believe, in Nairobi and is waiting online to present to us. So to better let our colleague not keep them waiting, we're going to slightly amend the agenda now, and we're going to move to 25 other matters and 25.1, which is the update on the UNEP internal evaluation of the Climate Technology Centre and Network. And this is for advisory board members to take note, but I think it is of great interest to the board who have spent some time discussing this. The CTCN will present a brief update on the status of recommendations arising from a UNEP evaluation of the CTCN project. The advisory board will then be invited to take note of the information presented. And with that said, I will now hand over to our colleague from UNEP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, very good. Thank you. And I hope you had a good coffee break and are excited to hear about the evaluation that we conducted of the CTCN. I will be fairly brief in my presentation and just to tell you a bit about the process and about the recommendations. And then after my short presentation, I'll hand over to the CTCN director, who will give you an update on the implementation of those recommendations. Please, can we go to the first slide? So, my name is Susan Beck. I'm an evaluation officer in the UNEP Evaluation Office located in Nairobi, Kenya. The Evaluation Office is an independent entity. We report directly to the Executive Director of UNEP. And we evaluate projects, programs, we do strategic evaluations, and so forth. This evaluation of the CTCN was special in the sense that it covered actually two projects. It covered the UNEP project document, and it covered the agreement, the project document that was with the EU. And it covered the period from 2013 up to 22, with emphasis on the later period of that time. And that was to accommodate the emphasis of the EU project. The purpose of doing an evaluation, well, it is a source of accountability. It is for us to find out, have we achieved in the CTCN what we set out to achieve? Have we spent the money the way we wanted, and have we achieved the results we wanted to achieve? What has worked, what has not worked? And contribute to learning and generate evidence. Of course, we use the evidence that's already there, but we also go out and seek data from additional sources. And with an evaluation, we try to support the evidence-based decision-making and contribute to operational improvement and knowledge sharing. Next slide, please. So what did we do to do this evaluation? Well, first we prepared a very detailed terms of reference. And in that one, we set out what is it with the evaluant, what are we trying to evaluate, and how we're going to do it. And what we do when we carry out evaluations, we work against some evaluation criteria, and we rate each of these criteria, and then we weight them. And for this evaluation, the process started actually before August 23, but that was the period where we did the main data collection between August 23 and January 24, and then the evaluation report was published in May 24. For the methodology, and I won't go into detail here, but just indulge me, we looked at the different results framework because we had two project documents. We had the UNEP project document and we had EC grant, and there were several revisions of these. So we had two results frameworks, we had changes, and then we looked at, in terms of performance, we looked at the process in the causal pathway from output to likelihood of impact. And that's based on a theory-based evaluation where we use a theory of change. And I'll show you that later. And then we also try to do the opposite way, look at it, how was actually happening at the country level, and do an outcome harvesting and see how that contributes to the outcomes. In terms of data collection, well, of course, we look at whatever is there available. We also did a sub-project portfolio review, looking at the technical assistance, networking, information, and capacity building that was done. A wide range, a large number of interviews were done, 44. There was also country visits. 6 countries were selected, and this was based on looking at different regions. So there was Antigua Barbuda, Chile, Laos, Malawi, Thailand, Zambia, and Thailand. And this was accompanied of a sampling of sub-projects in these countries where we looked at the technical assistance. And one of the evaluators also went to a advisory board meeting that was held in Bonn during that time. In terms of resources, well, we had the privilege to engage with key experts involved in the CCCN work. They were in the reference group. We had 2 vice chairs from the advisory board, very active, and other people as well. We had 2 consortium partners, 1 designated national designated entity. We had a member from the Technology Executive Committee. We had 1 from the network. We had 2 representatives from EU, 2 from UNEP, and then we had staff from the CCCN Secretariat joining in an ex officio role. And this reference group is important in the sense that they guide and provide advice during the evaluation process, and also helps in terms of understanding better, of course, CCCN, but also in terms of the ownership of what comes in the end, namely the evaluation report and the recommendations. As I just mentioned, there was an evaluation, there was evaluators. In fact, we had an evaluation team of 3 consultants, all with expertise in climate change and in working at the country level, and they were working with me as the evaluation manager. Okay, the theory of change. I just want to show you this quickly. When we talk about theory of change, project documents may contain a theory of change. When we do the evaluation, and in this case, we aligned the 2 projects, the UNEP project and the EC grant. There was not so much difference, but there was a little bit of reformulation that had to be done. We don't change the intent of the project when we do a theory change, but it helps us set out what is the causal pathway in terms of can we achieve what we're setting out to achieve from the output level to the long-term impact. And you'll see a lot of errors here. Those errors are drivers and assumptions. They help to support the change that you envisage for CTCN to achieve. And you can see the drivers are the ones that the CTCN can influence, and assumptions are those that they cannot. But you can see there's quite a lot in this process, because it's a complicated process, going from actually giving technical assistance to actually seeing change in terms of climate change mitigation. Next slide, please. All right, what did we deliver through this evaluation process? Well, we reconstructed the theory of change, the ones I just showed you now. We did an overall performance assessment of what CCCN had done during the period of time that we looked at. It was rated at a moderately satisfactory level. And I won't go through all the criteria that was rated, but just draw your attention to effectiveness. And when we look at effectiveness, we look at both outputs, outcomes, and the likelihood of impact. And that becomes effectiveness, and this has carries a great weight when we aggregate the evaluation criteria in the overall performance assessment. So you can see here, in terms of outputs, that was a satisfactory level. In terms of the project outcomes, this was moderately satisfactory. And in terms of likelihood of impact, this was moderately likely. There were some good examples, but it was looking for more systematic approach to seeing impact. And then there was, as part of the evaluation, there was also some responses made to some key strategy questions that were defined already in the terms of reference. And we came up with 6 recommendations. And with the publication of the report, there was also a management response from the CCCN Secretariat to those recommendations. All the 6 recommendations were indeed accepted by the CTCN Secretariat. And let's go to those 6 recommendations. Next slide. All right. So when we talk about recommendations, the recommendations are rooted in the findings of the evaluation report. And they consist both of the actual recommendation itself, but there's also a very detailed description of the projects or the issues or the opportunities or challenges that recommendation is trying to address. So for us, the way we look at it as evaluators is it's as a prescription, but what we really want for the evaluator to do is to look at the issues or the challenges that are behind those recommendations. I will go through the 6 recommendations just briefly, just to tell you what they were trying to address. So recommendation 1 addresses the intervention logic. And this is interesting because I showed you the theory change before, and you could see there was two project documents. And this recommendation actually addresses the need to align the two and to align the project documents with the technology framework. And why is this important? Because you need to align the indicators through which you are monitoring, you're doing monitoring in, and also the target areas. If this is done, it will also improve how your impact and the likelihood of your impact, and it will also allow CCCN to adjust to changes in this more global context. Because of course, the context in which you're operating changes all the time, and it affects what you can achieve and how you achieve it. So that was recommendation 1. Recommendation 2 is about the partners and resources, and it is addressing the need for a clear, strategic, systematic, and transparent partnership between both at the global, regional, and country levels. And this also includes with other UN agencies, such as UNIDO. And there should be, as part of this, both develop the partnership strategy, but also looking at the resource mobilization strategy with partners. Recommendation 3, this is about support to diverse countries and needs. It is about strengthening the systematized interaction, information exchange, impact monitoring between the CTCN Secretariat, national designated entities, and other regional and local partners. This is to enhance the impact at the country level. It is to ensure a better engagement with the communities and stakeholders. This will actually help for technical assistance to have more effect, and it will and also try to engage more of consortium partners. Let's go to recommendation 4. This addresses monitoring, evaluation, reporting, and learning. I would say, compared to the other 3 recommendations, a much more straightforward recommendation. This is about having more resources and support to implementing the monitoring and evaluation system that's in place. So one thing is to align, to have the right indicators, collecting the data, but you also must be able to use that data, and you must have the resources and the staff to collect the data and to use the data. And also having links with other entities that are collecting similar kind of data. This is also with the donors and with the other knowledge management processes that CCCN is engaging in. Recommendation 5. This is about efficiency. And this is addressing the need to improve technical assistance processes and their connection to other outputs and higher level changes. And this is basically about improving climate technology transfer steps. This will enhance the scaling up and catalytic effect of the technical assistance that is offered by the CTCN. The last recommendation, recommendation 6, addresses human rights and gender equality. It actually is based on the gender policy that CCCN already had at the time that we did the evaluation, but to ensure that this is integrated into the core of operations of CCCN. So this is both in the training of partners, how work is done, and also measuring the impact or the implementation of the gender policy. So these were the 6 recommendations, and I should just mention that what we do from the Eurasian office in terms of recommendations after the management response is issued from evaluation, we track the implementation of the recommendations over a 12-month period. This is, of course, to ensure this stream of accountability of the whole evaluation process, but also to ensure that there is some changes made that addresses the issues that were identified in the evaluation. So this concludes my very quick presentation. Of course, the evaluation report is available on WeDocs, the document repository of UNEP, if anyone would be interested in looking at that. And with that, let me now hand over to the CTCN Director, Ayesta, for a follow-up.
Thank you. And that was Suzanne Beck, who's the Evaluation Officer from UNEP. And to continue this presentation, I'm going to hand over to the Director of CTCN, Ayesta. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and I'll be very, very brief. It's just to provide a gist of information. Susan mentioned earlier that the implementation of recommendation are being reviewed every 6 months and also annually, and all the recommendations have been closed. And I would like just to provide a very brief descriptions of how the CTCN has responded to the 6 recommendations. On the recommendation 1, the response that the logical framework of the UNEP product was revised. I think this was quite a bit a long process, but basically in 2024, the indicators has been aligned between technology framework and as well as to facilitate effective reporting of the project and the UNEP reporting system. So the CTCN reported on all indicators in the joint annual report of the technology mechanism. This is in the annual report that you see every year, and IPMR on the basis of the joint annual report, and it's been recognized. As mentioned before, that the indicators of the 2 now are aligned. Next slide, please. On the partners and resource mobilizations, particularly, you may recall that in 2023, a task force on the RMP was established to develop a strategy to focus CTCN efforts on partnership and resource mobilization. The strategy was adopted by the board at AB 23 and then followed by a recruitment of the RMP specialist, my colleague Julia, and as well as the board has been updated on the activities of the RMP, including the 6 strategy actions at every board meeting. And the task force will continue guiding the work of the CTCN in implementing this strategy. Next slide, please. Under recommendation 3, which is supporting interactions and information exchange between CTCN, NDEs, and other partners. As you also are aware, annual regional forums are a very powerful tool. They not only engage NDEs, but also network members, including those from the respective regions, the local consultants, and so on, the funding entities that are active in the region. The CTCN also has conducted capacity building workshops and programs for the NDEs, as well as recently, under the guidance of the board, provide the logistical support for NDEs. As a means of getting feedback and enhance the interactions with NDE beyond the regional forums, the CTCN also conducted survey every 2 years together with the tech, and engaging NDEs and network members and implementing partners in events at SP, COP, and other fora. The board also recently approved a post-implementation form to follow through of the impact of the technical assistance that already provided by country. And last but not least, in terms of the other stakeholders that the CTCN engage, is that we are now embarking on the revising the network engagement strategy. Next slide, please. On the monitoring and evaluation system, as mentioned before, the monitoring and evaluation plan has been revised to include impact focus indicators. One of them is the estimate of the greenhouse gas emission reduction that's now are requested in terms of the information requested from the implementing partners and all technical assistance. And monitoring at the technical assistant level is also being done through the different means. For example, closure report, the NDE survey, feedback through the NDE, fora, post-implementation form. We also strengthen the capacity of the regional managers of the CTCN to support the director in overseeing the monitoring and evaluation of technical assistance in the respective regions. Next slide, please. On the efficiency, and this is particularly with regard to the improving TA process, of course, the annual regional forums now being undertaken with a back-to-back with the capacity building workshop to reduce the costs. We also connect and always try to connect with the UNSCCC Climate Weeks to improve the feasibility of the work of the CTCN and connect with the bigger picture. NDE survey, and of course, as a means to a feedback to improve the TA process, the NDE logistical support, programmatic approaches have been introduced as well as multi-country approaches. And in terms of the accessing the finance, in the several years ago that the CTCN is also served as the GCF readiness program. And of course, like the board is now looking into the timeliness and the effectiveness of the response of the CTCN, and we're going to continue improving on this regard. Next slide, please. Gender, of course, gender has been the mandate of the CTCN since the beginning. 2024 Gender Assessment and Action Plan adopted by the board will enhance integration of gender aspects. We now have a requirements of setting a 5% for the budget of the TA for gender mainstreaming. We continuously collecting data on gender and reporting it in is a standing agenda item at every board meeting as well as in the annual report. And we have developed a gender guidance and papers in the 2 CTCN priority areas. I would like also to augment the presentations with regard to the UNEP internal evaluations, as recently we also being audited by the Directorate General for International Partnership of European Union on the residual error rate, or RER. So the RER studies are designed to measure the residual error after all payments are made, contracts are closed, and all checks and audits are finalized. The study reveals also the type of the errors that occur, which may help to prevent them in the future. The study is mainly carried out as desk review. The RER on CTCN account, initiated in April 2025 by an auditing company appointed by the European Union delegation, has been closed with the positive, satisfactory findings. This is a very good reflection on the fiduciary management of UNEP and CTCN team and provides confidence to donors on the financial management within the hosting entity and the CTCN Secretariat. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ariesta and Suzanne, for the results of the evaluation, then Ariesta for the recommendations and providing the CTCN responses. And I do note that the evaluation period, I believe, concluded around 2022, so there has been some time to absorb the recommendations and establish the responses as we've seen, so very good there. In the interest of time, I'm going to ask if board members and observers could keep any interventions in writing and keep them offline, as we do need to keep moving. If there's something really desperate, I guess we could entertain it, but you can see Chile, please take the floor.
This presentation very much welcome. This was work that was done now a year or longer. Yes, I'm going to keep it very short. We appreciate the presenters, the director, and the evaluation unit. it's important that these kind of evaluations are informed to the advisory board. The advisory board was mentioning some of the recommendations of one of the stakeholders, and I gather that this is the first time it seems that this has been presented to the board after there is the management response plan. So what we encourage is these documents are circulated with the AV members, including the one that just finalized on the server, and that this is informed when it happens to the AV members, just to get them in the loop, because sometimes there is many valuable points within this evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chile. And now the European Commission.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'll be very brief, but just to elaborate, so colleagues know that this is the Commission's grant that is the one before the two active grants that we have now. So this is the one that ended in 2022, and this was essentially the first CTCN task I had on my first week on the job following CTCN. You are now part of this reference group on the evaluation. Good luck, Christopher. Also, in terms of the presentation, so very clear summary of the 6 recommendation and really exemplary presentation by the Secretariat on how these recommendations have been taken on board. Also, this shows the role that we as the advisory board have as part of this work. Just to give some examples, but in terms of monitoring and evaluation, recommendation 4, that this is the reason why we have earmarked funding on this as part of our budget, and why we have been discussing the monitoring and evaluation framework in past meetings, but also on recommendation 6 on the gender policy, so that this is an example of where we have scaled up this work under the CTCN Gender Policy and Action Plan. That's why we are disaggregating data on gender for the people that are receiving support from the CTCN. And we also took a step forward on this today in the 2026 budget by also allocating more funding to activities related to gender. So I think this presentation is a good example of the kind of continuous learning within the CTCN, that we, after our support, we do evaluations, and then we feed those recommendations back into the CTCN for the improved operations of the CTCN. And my last point, also good to hear about the positive outcome of the Commission's auditing of the CTCN on the residual error rates. Just to mention for everyone that this is just a completely standard procedure of that is done for essentially all projects. So it's just very, very positive that there were no problems whatsoever, and I think that also speaks to the good work of the Secretariat colleagues. Yeah, so thank you.
Very reassuring, Christopher. Thank you for giving us some context about the residual error rate. Now, I don't see any more flags, so I'm going to, as we've mixed up the agenda a bit, I'm going to hop back to agenda item 24, which is gender mainstreaming activities. Now, the advisory board is here invited to discuss the proposed activities and to provide guidance to inform the finalisation of the Gender Action Plan for 2026. So I'd like to just draw your attention to item 24. During the 22nd advisory board meeting, the advisory board endorsed the CTCN gender policy and requested the Secretariat, in collaboration with the Gender Focal Point, to develop a draft gender work plan for each operating year. I'd now like to invite Molly from the CTCN Secretariat to provide an update from the Secretariat on activities undertaken since the previous meeting in support of the implementation of the Gender Policy and Action Plan. The Secretariat will also present the Gender Action Plan for 2026 as outlined in the AOP. Molly, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. I'm joining here from Nairobi. And just to jump straight in. So as far as the updates of activities, I am happy to report that the Gender Assessment and Action Plan template has now been launched. And since the previous AB to date, all CTCN TAs are now following this standardized template where we have our gender experts filling this at the very beginning, and it's now part of our mandatory outputs. Again, for the 5% monitoring tool that we promised to work on, this is already under development in collaboration with our partner WECF, Women Engage for Common Future, and the initial consultations have been concluded, and this work is ongoing. We've also committed to develop these sector-specific guidelines to help our implementing partners as well as CTC and TA team to kind of ensure that gender mainstreaming is integrated throughout the implementation of TAs. And so for energy systems and national systems of innovation guidelines, we've already drafted these and we'll share them for information with the members. In the year in 2025, we'll also have 2 more developed in collaboration with our partner WECF. And so this is just an example of the gender assessment and action plan template that we developed at CTCN in action. So one of our technical assistants in West Africa, we are developing an incubation program there for sustainable agriculture and agroforestry. And so we've already piloted this and it has been failed. So we are seeing how slowly we are integrating this gender assessment and action plan. We're very keen to not include so many templates for the IPs. So we are learning how we will integrate all these tools into one package, including the monitoring tool, as well as the gender assessment and action plan template. So of course, the objective here is to ensure that we integrate women's participation and active inclusivity throughout the implementation of our technical assistances. As for the sector-specific guidelines, their main purpose was, of course, to ensure that we included specific guidelines as the guidelines for energy systems or for national systems of innovation or for water, energy, food nexus, how women or other vulnerable groups who are affected could be different from sector to sector. So this is why we've been preparing these sector-specific guidelines. And we have a draft for energy systems that is ready. And we've also prepared a draft there for national systems of innovation. And I'm moving quite quickly there. Another update is on gender just climate solutions. This one we're working on it with our partner WECF. And we've seen how these gender just climate solutions are showcasing grassroots level gender responsive climate solutions. We've also seen how women's leaderships are strengthened through these awards. So up to date, we have collaborated with WECF. We have joined the jury, CTCN team, I myself, as well as Halima from the board has joined the jury, and we have seen that the evaluations have been completed. Nice to mention that this year they had the most participation compared to the previous years. We've seen close to 517 eligible projects with over 2,300 total registrations, 110 countries represented. And so this will be the nominees, as mentioned earlier, will be nominees as well as the awardees will be showcased at the COP30. And as far as our regional NDE forums, we did not forget about gender. So in Africa, we collaborated with the UN Women, and we were able to discuss how CTCN can integrate gender in our work. At the LAC, we also collaborated with Women and Gender Constituency as well as WECF to highlight the importance of inclusivity. In the Asia and the Pacific, even though we did not have a dedicated gender item, we had a very equal representation of both genders. As far as the technology mechanism, an update there is that we continue to promote the gender and climate technology expert roster. We continue to see submissions, we continue to update those. And we've also realized that we already have a gender expert that is usually included in our technical assistances, which is a mandatory requirement. And so we've also encouraged these gender experts that are already working with us to also join the CTCN gender roster so that they can be contacted for future collaborations. So as far as planned activities for 2026, for one, we want to pilot this monitoring tool. We would like to test the usability and see how effective it will be. We are very, very open to learn and to gather some feedback, because we do understand that because we have a dedicated gender expert, that alone already covers more than 5% of the budget. And then we also have these mainstreaming activities. So we will be piloting this to also see how our implementing partners can honestly respond back and let us know how the 5% is being used based on this tool. We want to gather feedback and see how it will be working, get some learnings and see how we can maybe scale it and also customize it to make sure that it's actually serving the purpose. Another planned activity is, because we've talked about so many tools, we've talked about the 5% monitoring tool, we've talked about the gender assessment and action plan, and also these guidelines that we're preparing per sector. So we would like to hold quarterly gender dialogues. So these gender dialogues will help us to familiarize all the partners with the mainstreaming efforts and then share and discuss resources and tools, as well as create spaces for feedback. And then, of course, the objective there is to build capacity of both CTCN and our partners. Our partners here include both NDEs, implementing partners, etc. And so ideally, we would like to see how practical the tools are, how impactful, and if they are aligning with the needs, or if there is need to, as I mentioned earlier, to have some flexibility on the tool. This one is important. As Ariesta mentioned earlier, that we plan to do joint fundraising for gender activities. And so we have already begun conversations now with WCF to collaborate on how we can jointly fundraise so that we can have dedicated resources for gender mainstreaming and see how we can, of course, do more if we have enough funds. So this would involve maybe responding to open calls where we can see how we can raise funds for our gender activities. Thank you. I think this is the end.
Thank you so much, Molly, for this excellent presentation and the overview of the Gender Work Plan for 2026. I'd now like to open the floor for discussion and invite advisory board members to share their comments and provide guidance to the work plan that we've just heard about. Colleagues, we have a slight variation on normal procedure here. Erland has had to leave to catch his train, and he hasn't got a great internet connection, so he's passed on the text of an intervention to Julia to make on his behalf. So if there's no objections, I'm going to hand the mic over to Julia.
Thank you. Sweden highly values the important work of the CTCN in mainstreaming gender considerations across all aspects of its technical assistance. Ensuring that gender perspectives are integrated from the outset strengthens the effectiveness, inclusiveness, and long-term impact of climate action. Thank you.
Thank you, Erland, via Julia. And the Swedish connection in action. And I see we have a hand up online, and it's Valeria from the WGC. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and I will be very brief. I just want to appreciate and welcome first, thank you, Molly, for the presentation, and welcome the CTCN with all the support for the Gender Just Climate Solutions, but also for the Gender Action Plan. As you may know, this year is going to be the review of the review of the review of the Gender Action Plan, the new Gender Action Plan for the UNFCCC. And I think the CTCN had a really good experience and like really good lessons learned that I don't know how like the Secretariat has been in conversation with the UNFCCC gender team, but I think it's valuable that you share how like the gender action plan and the gender policy has been working in the CTCN, because I think inside the UNFCCC, the CTCN is one that has like more advanced process on this. So just like as a recommendation, and also as I already mentioned before, like this year is the 10 years anniversary of the Gender Just Climate Solution. As Molly said, this has been like the year with more applications, and this shows that every year we have like more local communities that are interested to showcase their local and community-led initiatives that they want to participate and want to scale up their technology initiatives. So it's really good to see that the CTCN is still supporting this. And also, like as Molly already mentioned, like the WGC is very committed to try to fundraise together to like include, like to continue including the gender mainstreaming and gender transformative approaches into all the CTCN activities. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Valeria, for your intervention. And we are all looking forward to the 10th anniversary of the Gender Just Solutions at COP this year. And I hope that everyone who is attending there can support that event at the COP. And I think now, oh, I'm sorry, there's a flag up, Canada. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Just be really quick. Thank you very much for this informative presentation. It's quite impressive how much you've been pushing this forward since the board adopted this a couple of sessions ago. I just wanted to also echo Sweden's comments on the importance of this, and thank you very much for this great work. And you know, as a board member, I'm also happy to say that we are, well, I'm not speaking behind. I'm sorry, I'm just losing my train of thought. Just basically happy to support this work if there's anything that we can do as board members. Thank you.
I think we understood you perfectly, Orly, so thank you for the intervention. And now Chile.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Very quick. Probably looking forward in the future seeing increased use of the database of women expert in technology and experts on gender. So increased use through CTCN, but also encouraging other institutionalists under the UNFCCC to use it. And perhaps next year, if parties decide to or agree this year, there might be some new things related to the gender action plan under the UNFCCC that the CTCN might be wanting to look if there's something related to technology relevant for the CTCN.
Thank you, Ambrosio. Do we have any responses to the interventions from Molly?
Thank you very much. The Secretariat, we have taken note of all these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly, and thank you for your presentation. And with that, I think we can bring this agenda item to a conclusion. And as we are still hopping around back and forth on the agenda so we could better fit in people who are available or otherwise, I think we can go now to agenda item 25.2. Other matters, which is for the board to consider and provide guidance, and indeed to raise any other business that they have. So this is now the opportunity to bring forward any issues or items that you would like to raise or you think that need to be brought to the attention of the meeting. So I open the floor for any interventions. Chile, please.
Thank you much for the floor. Just checking on notes, perhaps recommend if we can go to the dead-end venue and then come back to this, if that is feasible. Thank you.
Sorry, you want to go to the arrangements for the next meeting?
Yes, just checking that we cover everything that needed to be covered, and so.
Just let me confer with the colleague. Ambrosia, is there a particular point that you need to hear about the next meeting first? Or I'm getting some advice that we should just try and stick to the schedule, but if there's a particular reason that you want to discuss the next meeting first.
Just checking for completeness on a list of topics that were planned to review at this meeting. It's just final checking. But this might take a minute, so maybe we can go to the date and venue and come back to this. Thank you.
Okay, to give you some time, then we will go to agenda item 26, which is the date and venue of the next meeting. And I'd like to inform you that during the joint session last Friday, we discussed the 32nd meeting of the TEC, which is proposed to be on the 14th to the 16th of April 2026. And then the joint session with the TEC and the CTCN on Friday the 17th of April. And then the 27th meeting of the CTCN Advisory Board continues on the 20th, 21st and 22nd of April. And this will be in Songdo in the Republic of Korea. We previously had an advisory board meeting about 2 years ago. It went very successfully. And I think we're all looking forward to going back to Korea. I now open the floor for any comments or interventions. And I don't think we have any comments or interventions. We did already discuss this topic at the joint meeting, so understandable that not much has arisen since then. And now I would just, beg any other members who have any other business to contribute. We are just on this single agenda item before I am prepared to reach the end of our schedule. So I understand colleagues are still conferring, so I'll just give you a minute. Any observers have any? Oh, I see that Chile has the flag up. Please, Amber.
Yes, thank you very much for allowing us to do this consultation and to check our notes. This just a highlight that my got lost from the beginning of the meeting. It was made on the initial statement by Christian, but perhaps just to reemphasize that the importance and maybe for the next meeting to get some information on the support by the climate change division experts to the CTCN. I believe one of the ideas on this climate change division was that it could be able to also support the CTCN work through its expertise. And we wonder if that is actually feasible, or if it has happened, or if we will, or is something that is important to be highlighted by the ED or the COP towards the UNEP. Thank you.
Thank you, Chile. I think we'll take note of that. And with that, I will conclude agenda item 25.2. And as we've already discussed agenda item 26, I will move to agenda item 27, which is the closure of the 26th Advisory Board meeting. So, distinguished members, observers, we've now reached the end of the 26th CTCN Advisory Board meeting. We had a very productive meeting this week, and the joint session with the tech as well on Friday was very successful. This week we received updates on the CTCN Secretariat's activities for 2025. We approved the CTCN chapter of the Joint Annual Report for 2025, and we endorsed the 2026 Annual Operating Plan and Budget. On behalf of the Chair, Professor Minas, and myself, I would like to thank all Advisory Board members for your contribution, the observers for their comments, and the Secretariat for its support to this meeting. Colleagues, before closing the meeting, I would like to express sincere appreciation to our CTCN Advisory Board members whose term expires at the end of this year for their invaluable contribution and commitment to the CTCN. I'm very happy to call you not just colleagues but friends and very wise sources of advice. So I thank you for your service to the board, all of you. It's been a pleasure to be with you here over these 4 days, and I look forward to connecting online soon and meeting many of you, hopefully, at COP30 in Belém. So now, let me now hand over to Stephen, the Chair, for the official closure of the meeting.
Thank you very much, Christian. Just a practical point. Before leaving the building, please hand in the lanyards to Bibi, who is at the ready to collect them. I'd like to just add to what the Vice Chair said, that this has been a very successful meeting. We have achieved a very significant 9% increase to the budget, raising the maximum technical assistance spend for the first time in history, building new partnerships, including with philanthropy, including with the various development banks that we've heard about, progress with existing partnerships such as the Adaptation Fund, AFCIA 1 and 2, and also progress through the GCF system for outcomes of technical assistance. So I think we can say that the CTCN is thriving despite global conditions. We have a great story to tell. Thanks to the communications team, it is being told increasingly well. This is practical multilateralism in action, delivering on the CTCN's unique value proposition. So as Christian said, thank you to all AB members. Thanks to Christian for the able co-chairing. Thank you to the observers as well, various partners, NDEs, network members, potential partners. Thank you, of course, to the Secretariat led by Ariesta, the UNFCCC technology team, the colleagues from UNEP who are here as well as all the workers in this building who make our meetings possible through catering, security, IT, etc. So it really has been a team effort, but it has been a great pleasure to work with you over the course of this period of time, and I look forward to continuing to work together. Thank you very much. And the meeting is closed, so thank you.